utopia. We call home, the truth is hidden, we are left alone. Oppressed by less of the powerful few. Our voices silenced, what can we do? The lies they tell can continue to exist. It's time to change, it's time to resist. Our voice silenced, we're breaking through the lies. It's time to resist, it's time to resist. Do you hear the cries of the ones got sacrificed? It's time to resist, it's time to resist. We call on the pacers as we are left alone. Push to the ground from the powerful crew. Hang on the edge, focus the view. The lies they tell can continue to exist. It's time to change, it's time to resist. Our voice silenced, we are breaking through the lies. It's time to resist, it's time to resist. Do you hear the cries of the ones got sacrificed? It's time to resist, it's time to resist. Falling bodies covering the ground. The bleeding souls are all around. We reach the end of our fight tonight. Realize there's no time to hide. It's time to resist, it's time to resist.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bran, Watt, Wingnut, and Bonnie. And I'm glad you guys are all here with us tonight. Thanks for coming in. That song was by About Monsters. The song is Resist. And I just really like the message of that song for obvious reasons and thought it was a good way to start off tonight since we have conversation first tonight. And then we'll be doing open mic music around 11 p.m. Eastern. So if the link is pinned at the top of the chat, if anybody else wants to come up and join us for conversation. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing well. Happy Mother's Day weekend to all the mothers out there.
Yeah, and Anti, thanks for the reminder too. Yes,
Yeah.
and thank you for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to something. I'm being surprised with something on Sunday, but I'm not sure what yet. So it'll be fun. I'm sure my kids are really excited. You know, they love like celebrating any holiday, and honestly, I feel like they celebrate me every day. They're like the sweetest.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Thanks, JM. Good to see you, Hector. Thanks for coming by. Ducks, Anti, Snooks, much love to you guys. Take Two, good to see you. Hey, Chris. All right. If you guys want to share this out, that'd be great. A way to try to get some more people in here. And as Snook said earlier, in the chat, I am really close to 2,000 subs, you guys. It's kind of snuck up on me a little bit, but I think last I looked, I was like 11 or something away. So I'm getting pretty close. Hey, Tom, good to see you.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's make that happen on this broadcast. Let's get her to 2K.
I mean, it would be fun to celebrate it together live, but we'll see. But yeah, it's been kind of a slow and steady creep, you know? And I'm just grateful for everybody who's a part of this community for sure. Good to see you, Bon. Make sure you guys are going and connecting and subbing up all the links being shared in the chat. And, checking out the artists and the videos that are dropped too. Hey, Derail. Yeah, I hear that a little bit. Yeah, there's some really powerful vocals and great music. So that was one I heard over on 15th Ben's channel for the first time. Good to see you, Camellia. And he didn't have a stream last night, but I think he might be back next week. I'm not sure about that. 15th Bend, I mean. All right. Hey, Tails. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Just looking through the chat and catching up, so making sure I say hi to everybody. Glad to see you all here. Hey, Silver Patriot. Much love to you. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about, you guys. There's a lot going on in the world. It's crazy out there. Hey, Al. Much love. Thank you to a few people who sent me some links and a lot of people who contribute to the Discord and share links in there. I always appreciate, you kind of get in the algorithms and get caught in certain channels that you just watch mostly. And then it's really good to just see other people with a little bit different perspective, Hey, Rock.
Yes.
Much love to you. Yeah. All right. Well, why don't I go ahead and pull up this video? This one is kind of an overview of a lot of stuff going on in a way. This is Black Scout survival, and the main focus is this $21 trillion that has, been just kind of, I guess, more recently been pointed out, has been spent on underground facilities, whether you want to call them bunkers or underground cities or DUMBs, deep underground military bases. But there are a lot of people that have been talking about this. Pretty much as soon as I started going down rabbit holes, I was hearing about the DUMBs. And it's just kind of, it's like that double-edged sword where I think it's really positive to see things get exposed a little bit more and maybe on a deeper level. But then it's also like presented as new information when it's been out there for a really long time. And I know there's people who've been
It's kind
involved
of
in
like
these.
finally getting facts to like stuff that people always told you was just fiction, Nah, that
Well,
can't be
right.
real. They're not living underground, $21 trillion
Yeah.
is a lot of cash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
there's not tunnels going everywhere underground all over the country. Of course not.
Yeah, I remember seeing maps a while back. Good to see you, Maury. That Thank you, Al. That showed like how they're all connected and stuff. And this was, probably 5 years ago that I was seeing these. And this woman said that they're even under the oceans now. And so I guess I already knew that too, because they say there's tunnels that connect the different continents, even that it's not just under our country. You know what I mean? It's like an expansive network. So I don't know. It's hard to know for sure. Hey V, thanks for coming up.
Yeah,
It's
we
hard
all
to
kind
know.
of laughed when Biden said the train that goes from America to Europe, but maybe he
Right.
had a mess up or maybe he had a slip up.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. A good point. I'd forgotten you'd said that. That's right. Hey Mo, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Cheryl, much love to you. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and play this video and then we'll kind of talk about it because it kind of touches on a lot of different stuff. All right, here we go.
You ever notice how the rich prep differently than you and I? You may stock up on beans and they buy missile silos. You dig through Amazon for searching for the best Mylar blanket and they're digging into mountain size. You watch the news and pray that the grid holds and they disappear behind biometric blast doors. Why? Because they know something that we don't. And they're preparing like they've seen the script. Okay. So let's talk about it. There's $21 trillion that is missing. And that money was used for underground cities, right? Zuckerberg's also got an island fortress. And you got to ask yourself, what the hell are they running from? And that you and I aren't supposed to survive, because that's what this boils down to. They would not spend all this money, $21 trillion. Catherine Austin Fitts, former Assistant Secretary of Housing under the George H.W. Bush administration. She's not a YouTuber. She's not a Reddit mod. Okay. A real government insider. She went public on Tucker Carlson stating that $21 trillion with a T was siphoned off by the feds. It disappeared, gone, and into what she calls a black budget, used to build deep underground military bases, aka DUMBs, for the rich, powerful, and unaccountable. Maybe the Ilhan of Mars, they're all in the same club. The media silent, Congress silent. They're pretending they don't know how to use a calculator. And most Americans are too busy, arguing about politics on social media to even ask what $21 trillion could buy. So let me play the video real quick.
But I think that whether it's a pole shift, magnetic pole shift is one of the, theories of what causes these events. But there is a history of near extinction events. And one of the things that I've looked at, because I'm trying to figure out, between fiscal 1998 and fiscal 2015, there were 21 trillion of undocumentable adjustments in the U.S. government. If you go to our website, missingmoney.solera.com, we have years and years of documentation, including the.
So let me just ask you, what can you buy with $21 trillion? Let me help you. Enough food to feed the world for a decade. The world. Enough shelters to house every homeless veteran in America. Or it could just be a network of underground cities for global elites to ride out in the end of the world in 5-star comfort. Because I saw some photos of some of these bunkers, and these things are, top, upper echelon, man. Nice, extremely nice. Anyway.
The government financials that show this. And so the question is, where's all this money going? And one of the things I've looked at in the process of looking at where all this money is going is the underground base and city infrastructure and transportation system that's been built. And
I'm sorry?
Yes. So we have built an extraordinary number of underground bases and supposedly transportation systems. Some of these are some of these are documented as part of the national security infrastructure. I think there are many more. So,
in the United States?
In the United States, on all over the world. But, from 2021 to 2023, I took one of the smartest subscribers in the Solera Report network, and he and I spent 2 years collecting all the data and all the allegations on underground bases. And then we systematically went through and tried to estimate our guess. This is totally a guess of how many underground bases, both underground in the United States, but also underground under the ocean around the United States.
So these DUMBs, these deep underground military bases, are not only underneath the ground within the U.S. and have like rail systems transport back and forth. They also have in the ocean surrounding the U.S. And before you call me a conspiracy theorist, this article is from a few days ago. The U.S. government is upgrading a secretive FEMA bunker. Why? Well, that's classified. The hidden underground facility located 60 miles west of Washington, D.C. is getting upgrades, but the specifics remain a secret. They've been doing this for quite some time. Now, has any empire in history built bunkers right before it collapsed? Ask yourself. Nazi Germany? Yep. The Fuhrer bunker. Cold War? USA? Absolutely. Mount Weather, Raven Rock, Cheyenne Mountain. You've heard of those. Congress even had a secret fallout shelter under the luxury resort, the Greenbrier in West Virginia. You can actually go see it. It's pretty amazing. They built it, they stocked it, and actually trained for it and told you nothing about it because your survival was never the plan. These bunkers weren't for the people. They were for the ones pulling the strings. Remember, they were just doing mass casualty drills in D.C. Okay? Out of the blue, out of nowhere. Did they offer you or I to get on board that? I mean, let's talk about Mark Zuckerberg for a moment, the robot hybrid lizard running Facebook, Meta, the metaverse, whatever. He is building a $270 million fortress in Hawaii with 5,000 square foot underground shelter, blast doors, a privacy moat, biometric scanners to make sure the unwashed masses can't sneak in during Armageddon. He's hired a team of former Navy SEALs to protect him. This isn't a guest house, it's a command bunker. Locals hate it. He's bought up entire communities, bulldozed them, cultural sites, and turned paradise into basically a private island surveillance state. Ask yourself this: why does the billionaire who controls your data know what will make him build a bunker like this? He's not prepping for a tropical storm. He's preparing for a total collapse. Okay? Now, back to the government. Catherine Fitz says there's at least 170 of these deep underground military bases. Some with maglev trains connecting them faster than anything you'll ride above ground. Locations: Cheyenne Mountain still active. The Dulce base in New Mexico alleged to run deep biological experiments. Denver International Airport, giant underground network, occult murals, Masonic symbols. Coincidence? These places exist. They're just not for you and I. The logistics, funded by defense contracts, buried in miscellaneous expenditures, or just, man, straight up off the books. You paid for it, but you and I ain't invited to it. We're not invited to this barbecue. Okay? Now, celebrity bunkers, again, it's not just Zuck. Bill Gates owns doomsday seed vaults in Norway and half of America's farmland. Tom Cruise has a private compound with a survival bunker. Kim Kardashian installed a survival panic shelter in her mansion. It's probably not for earthquakes. And listen to this: Jeff Bezos owns a property on high elevation, isolated land, and has a space escape as a plan B. Space escape. Remember I talked about that other week? These elites, they're planning to go to space while everything goes to hell here. These people know how fragile the system is because they helped build the damn thing. They're helping destroy it. They're not just rich, guys. They're positioned. And they're leaving clues in plain sight. Even the rapper Rick Ross has built a underground shelter, right? Doomsday bunker. Now, let me throw some more fuel on the fire. The Department of Homeland Security stockpiled 1.6 billion rounds of ammo a few years back, right? 1.6 billion rounds of ammo for Homeland Security. It's time to have a national conversation. This is from March 11, 2013. Why? FEMA ordered millions of body bags and plastic coffins stacked right outside of Atlanta, visible from Google Maps. Here's a guy showing one here. I just mentioned the continuity of government drills increased after COVID, quietly with little public disclosure. It was just happening a few months back. I did a video about it. Why? Because they're preparing for grid failure, man. Economic collapse, or maybe even some cosmic level event. Oh, it's just clickbait. They're not telling you. They don't want you to know. They don't expect you to survive it, ladies and gentlemen. They don't expect you to survive it. Now, let's stretch this out further. Why do you think the elites are still obsessed with space travel, seed vaults, AI overlords, gene editing, and life extension? Because they're into all that stuff. You think it's a hobby? Because they're planning for a future where you and I don't make the cut. Whether it's some type of solar flare that fries the grid, an asteroid strike, maybe a bioengineered virus that accidentally gets released, or full-blown societal collapse. They're betting on needing a fortress, not a press conference. And their escape plans are bunkers for them, chaos for us. Okay? They're not even going to let us know what's happening. So what do they know? What's coming? Because billionaires don't spend millions on hideouts because they're bored. I've heard that. I've heard people say that. You only dig into a mountain when you're expecting hell to rain down. You only stockpile when you know the shelves will be empty. And you only vanish from the surface when you've already pulled the plug. So maybe it's not about a single event. Maybe it's about the controlled demolition of everything. Currency being digitized, food centralized and rationed, faith replaced with technocratic dogma, you and I disposable. That's unless you decide not to be, because they expect us to be. That's why so many people, they're like, yes, I will take the 10th booster. I will do this. I will do whatever CNN says. They're conditioned for this. Even last night, my last night's video, let me show you, even conservative patriots are conditioned to this. Look at this comment from last night. This guy's talking about, because I did the video about tyranny coming within the new bill that was put in place by a Republican about memes and such. He says, brother, the information in this video is incorrect. Please read Texas HB 336 and then clarify or take down the video. As much as I love my state and don't like propaganda, I also highly respect you and don't want people to be able to point this as a source to discredit you. The work you're doing is great and very neat, and sometimes we get it wrong. Like in this case, I posted the whole bill, but YouTube keeps deleting these comments. Please look it up and read the whole thing. It's a good thing, and it penalizes creators of political propaganda for advertising lies. Nobody who posts a meme will be in trouble in the slightest. Hope this helps. This is my reply. Brother, if you think a government bill deciding what political propaganda is sounds like a good thing, then you're already domesticated. That's not patriotism. That's obedience wrapped in delusion. And you say no one will be in trouble. Tell that to the January 6th grandmas that was rotting in federal prison. The road to tyranny isn't paved with bombs. It's paved with people like you who think censorship is fine as long as it feels right. He dropped 4 comments. Defending the state like it's your mama. Respectfully, grow a spine. Never do I want more bills. And it may, because Trump's the president's on our side at this moment, but as soon as a Democrat, they will abuse that bill and you will be put in prison for making a meme about using Pepe the Frog, like I said last night. A guy went to prison for a Hillary Clinton meme in 2016. Went to prison. I think he's still there. So trust me, no, you can't be conditioned to this stuff. Even patriots are conditioned to this stuff. So let me break it down for the warriors that's still in the room. If you're going to wait for rescue, you're already dead. There's no president, no agency, no celebrity prepper with an affiliate code that's going to show up for you when lights go out, right? You are your own first responder. Harden your mind, train your body, and tighten your tribe, fortify your home, keep your faith sharp, because the darkness you see is spiritual before it becomes physical. And I say this kind of stuff every night because I hope I get through to people. While they build bunkers, I'm out there hoping to build strong men and women. While they hide underground, we will be standing upright and ready. You don't need a billionaire budget. You just need balls, brains, and a battle plan, and a few battle buddies. And, you can't, people are they have the illusion they're being saved right now. You're not going to be saved by executive orders. The $21 trillion is gone. Bunkers are built. The gates are locked. And the elites are praying you stay distracted long enough for them to disappear. But this isn't about fear. It's about clarity. Because once you see what's coming, you stop living like a pawn and you start moving like a king. This is Black Scout Survival. Stay frosty. Stay strapped. Always stay dangerous. Take care.
All right. A lot of information there. A lot of great conversation in the chat. What do you guys think up on panel?
I saw some people, someone say fear mongering.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of what he's saying is true. So it's not fear mongering. It sounds like he's trying to get everybody to be the best you can be in whatever way. I mean, and could they be underground to hide what they're doing?
Right.
He
Yeah,
mentioned a couple of
go ahead.
mountains that
Mm-hmm.
we know. You go try and get near one of those and see what happens.
Oh, no doubt.
And
Good to see you, Ted.
it's
Thank you so
not
much.
elite, it's military.
Right. Well, but the thing is that our military are run by the same people. That's part of the problem.
True.
Is it our military at this point? I mean, I don't know. It's hard because obviously it's made up of U.S. citizens, So we hope that they're not going to do things that aren't, for the people. But wasn't it just last year that they said that they can do military, the military can work against us on our own
Yeah,
soil?
yeah. Biden did pass something like that, and it really, the implications in this term, it's still there. I can't remember the circumstances, but they
Hmm.
did. Yes. Um,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snook said, and a couple of people had mentioned this, where are the locations? I know, they haven't, she didn't give details, like a lot of specifics or evidence to back this up. I think that would be helpful to get some more of that kind of, and even, I don't know if it said this so much in this video, but she was saying that they looked at the budget and they had, doing the math, it looked like there would be about this many cities, so it's not like she has the schematics or something for each one. But there are so many people that have been talking about this for so long. And even, are you guys familiar with Allie Carter?
yes.
She's Yeah, she's been sharing a lot of information for a long time before Diddy had, before everything had come out about what's up with Diddy and the white parties and freak offs and all of that, very Epstein style ring of debauchery and craziness. Um, she had been making accusations against him and against other elites. And one of the things she's consistently been saying is that there are these underground cities and that there's even, mostly she talks about in the LA area, because that's where she says that she was mostly trafficked. She talks about how there are these cities that, or these tunnels where, and underground cities where, she even brings up the specific, that you can see she has seen a Starbucks that's underneath the city that's free, and she even mentioned the names of some of the orders of the people that that we know, like Bill Gates. You know what I mean? Like, and who knows
Hmm.
if that's true. That's
Yeah.
one person, but when you take into account how many people who claim to have been trafficked or victims of SRA have come out with similar stories, and a lot of them have talked about these dumbs or these tunnels or these underground, you know, facilities. And then there's more and more evidence that's coming out from sources like this that seem reputable. I mean, it seems like it's very legit.
Yeah. And
Pat
look at
Evans
all
brought
the,
up.
I'm sorry, but
Oh, all
go
good.
ahead.
The truckers going to underground tunnels, Pat Evans said. There's a lot of
Right.
truckers that showed these entrances, and so they are there. Why? And not
Good to see
sure,
you,
but
Jan
they're
Pro.
there.
Right. And then,
Yeah.
some people have talked about shortages at different points in time of different materials. Like maybe there really weren't shortages, except that they were taking supplies to store
Hmm.
away.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like different theories that kind of all tie into all of this.
And we keep seeing with the stars how many of them have a door to a tunnel from
Right.
their homes.
Yeah. And then it also can tie in, she said that there were facilities that were underwater. Well, we know that Ghislaine Maxwell drove or was a pilot for a submarine, and that a lot of those private islands, including Epstein's, had, submarines and submarine bases there. There's also people who have said that when they were at Epstein Island, that there wasn't the facilities, when they viewed it, there weren't the facilities to like host as many people as were there. So they think that there were some underground or underwater accommodations for the people that were there visiting. So there's a lot that ties in all together.
And that is such a trip, subs, because I heard about that too. And hi, Teresa and everybody. I have YouTube shut because it helps with my service. But anyway, some of the tunnels are old. Like they've been there for years. And someone mentioned a second ago, there's underground sort of cities in pretty much every major city, whether in the US or around the world. Some of those, that's a different type of rabbit hole, and I'm sure they're using them to their advantage. The new builds is what interests me because, your Zuckerberg and his thing with whatever island and your Oprahs and etc.
Thank you, Sal.
What are they looking for? Like the video you just showed, it kind of makes me worry less about earthquakes if they're going underground.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. All right, really quickly, go ahead. Go ahead, Bonnie.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. I was gonna. There's a kind of quick video. It's a clip from. Okay, well, I will go, but hold that thought. It ties into the same topic. I just thought it was too perfect to not share. And this is something I had seen a long time ago, and then I couldn't find it for the longest time. It's a little bit of a spoiler if you haven't watched Resident Evil. So I'm giving a warning because I hate spoilers, but I really want to play this. So this is a clip from the show it's a series of movies. And I thought tied right in. So this is kind of the elite, if you will, from this show, this story, and kind of what they're plotting and why. And I think it ties in closely with what we're talking about. So here we go.
After the T-virus was released, a secret file was uploaded to my data stream. It was a recording of a meeting of the Umbrella High Command, dated 17 months before the viral outbreak occurred.
We're here today, not just to talk about the future of this company. We're here to talk about its destiny. We're here to talk about the end of the world. We stand on the brink of Armageddon, diseases for which we have no cure. Fundamentalist states who call for our destruction, nuclear powers over which we have no control. And even if we navigate these dangerous waters, we face other, even more inevitable threats. Global warming will melt the polar ice caps within 80 years, flooding 90% of all habitable areas on Earth. Unchecked population growth will overtake food production in less than 50 years, leading to famine and war. This is not conjecture. This is fact. One way or another, our world is coming to an end. Now the question is, will we end with it?
What do you propose?
I propose that we end the world, but on our terms. An orchestrated apocalypse. One that will cleanse the Earth of its population but leave its infrastructure and resources intact. It's been done once before, with great success. The chosen few will ride out the storm, not in an ark as in the book of Genesis, but in safety, underground. And when it's over, we will emerge onto a cleansed Earth, one that we can then reboot in our image.
And just how do you intend to achieve this?
The means of our salvation are already at hand. I give to you the T-virus.
You released it deliberately.
When this recording was uploaded to my data stream, it created a conflict in my programming. I was created to serve the Umbrella Corporation, but I was also programmed to value human life. Dr. Isaacs allowed the virus to escape. He murdered over 7 billion people. My programming will not allow me to harm an employee of the Umbrella Corporation. I am powerless to stop Dr. Isaacs, but you are not. In 37 minutes, the last of the human settlements will fall. There will be no survivors. It is imperative you release the antivirus before this occurs, or Umbrella will have won.
I just thought that was really
Yeah,
interesting because
that was a great reference.
right? Doesn't it just seem really fitting? And I mean, I know to some people it seems silly, but I think that they really do put a lot of information in movies, you know? And there's different theories for this, which we've talked about a lot, and we talk about this a lot at the Backstage Speakeasy. But where they are doing soft disclosure, you know, that's part
Yeah,
of it. Desensitizing, it could be getting our, what do they call it, soft compliance, when, you know,
Mm.
if you believe in like the satanic part of it, that it's part of their ritual, that they have to like karmically basically tell us what they're doing ahead of time, in order to free themselves of the karma of what they're doing. But yeah, there's a lot of different theories behind it. But whatever it is, I mean, if you go back and look, a lot of things that are realistic today were fantasy or sci-fi in the past, you know?
for sure.
Yeah.
When did that movie come out? How old is
I
that?
forget when it
I
first came
am
out.
not
There's been
sure.
several. It started
Yeah.
as like a video game, and it was around for
Okay.
years, and then it eventually got adapted to a movie.
Good to see you,
Um,
Face to Ace.
I forget how many Resident Evil movies they made. They made several.
Yeah, I have not
Mm.
seen them all yet, actually. I've seen the first few, but they're really good. I think they're worth watching.
Yeah,
I mean, the tie-in with COVID and everything too. I mean, speaking of which, you know, they're saying now that finally they finally admitted that um it wasn't a or sorry, they're saying that it was a lab leak, which I don't think was a leak. I think it was a bioweapon that was used the way that it was planned to be used. But then right after that, now they're saying, of course, what most of us knew too, that it was originated here, you know, that it was gain of function under Fauci, here in North Carolina at the University of North Carolina, and then was sent to Canada and then to China, which, you know, we've been saying for a long time, but that's finally coming out in a more mainstream way. So, you know, that's good. But what difference does it really make if there's never any accountability, you know?
yeah.
Today I saw
Right,
this
Sal? I
couple.
saw that. Go ahead, Bonnie.
I saw this couple
Thank you,
get out of
Jane.
the car going into Dollar General. They both were wearing masks. And my daughter said, "Oh, yeah, did you know that there's a really bad measles outbreak in Texas?" And I'm
Yeah,
like, I don't know how to take that.
nice.
um, I don't
Well,
know.
you know, we've talked about that a while back because they were starting to talk about that more and more, you know. The
Hmm.
Make America Healthy movement kind of addressed it through Kennedy. You know, it's mostly from what I saw and what we shared here before, it's the kids are the most at risk, and it's kids who have compromised immune systems who are the only ones that really are strongly affected in the past, at least by it. But again, if they've used something like gain of function, you just never know what new things might pop up, you know?
Yes.
But it
That,
seems like
that's a
that's more
weird
of a fear
contradiction.
mongering.
Well, when the kufi first came out, they were saying that kids were least likely to pick it up because they, they're little powerhouses. And so it's weird. They're like flipping the
Right,
script.
exactly, Blue. Yeah. Um, yeah. It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot of theories around why the elderly were kind of, if this was a bioweapon that was designed for the purpose it was used for, then there's a lot of reasons financially that it makes sense for the elderly to be a target. If you believe in the control of eugenicists, then it makes a lot of sense for kids to also be a target,
Mm.
right? Predictive programming.
Feel like
Going for 2,000 likes, Snooks. That's ambitious.
there you go.
Thank you, Snooks. Right.
But even back to the bunker, the other video,
Yeah.
I remember it was interesting. They mentioned the rapper Rick Ross, and some may know who he is, some may not. But anyway, he
Explain.
bought Evander Holyfield's old house right outside of
Mhm.
Atlanta, which is, I think it's still classified as the biggest single family home in the state. But I think it was like a year and a half
Thanks,
ago.
Fran.
I was reading some local articles, and I seen where he was allegedly he was building some type of bunker or some type of facility on his property, because
Chapel Hill, that's right.
the
Yeah.
property itself is massive. Um, but yeah, I know I did hear something about that a while back. That was about
Mhm.
the same time they was talking about the Oprahs and the what's the guy's name, the Zuckerbergs, when he had the island. He was supposedly building something on an island. But you know, we won't ever see these facilities. But I mean, we see enough stuff to make us believe that they do exist. You know.
Right. Jampro, he says, I want to know more about the Trump family and time travel. I also want to know how The Simpsons has shown so many references to events before they happen. Well, a couple things. I think some of The Simpsons things you have to be careful because people have made videos that look like The Simpsons, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But so there's some false ones out there, but there's obviously a lot of real overlap too. I really believe these are very long term plans that are usually bigger than we can wrap our minds around. They're generational plans that have been in place. So, it's no secret that I think Trump is just as much a part of it as everyone else. And so, my view, I see things like, if you're familiar with the Kim Clements prophecies that very much coincide with Trump and Biden, and even talking about gold, and now Trump's all focused on the golden era, and all these things. I think that they are things that are set out in or even like all the interviews people have seen. You've seen these things that were the interviews of Trump saying that he might run for office, or would he run for president, and those conversations. I think all of that were things that were like breadcrumbs that were left along the way for us to go back to now. And some people look at those as, prophecy that he was meant for this position, or, they see it as this was a calling he's had it throughout his life. And I don't see it that way. I think that yeah, good call, Blue. I think that, which, is kind of a daunting thing. And some people think that's being black pilled or that's being negative, but I don't think trying to discern reality is being negative. I think it's just facing reality and seeing how we best handle it.
I love it. I've always been fascinated with the concept of time travel, even if from a kid, reading
Thanks,
certain
Rep.
books or
Thanks for
seeing
that.
certain things. So I find it really interesting that time travel is a big topic in our current timeline.
Hmm.
It's pretty interesting in itself,
Hmm.
Yeah.
regardless of if you can do it or it does exist, or if Trump's a grand wizard time traveler. I mean, I find it
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, I think it is fascinating, and there's different like ideas around that too, because some people, I'd always thought of time travel in terms of like the sci-fi version of it, like there's
Yeah,
some machine you get in and literally physically travel somehow to another time. But there's also the idea of, like remote viewing can be a form of time traveling, or, having glimpses and dreams of other dimensions can be
yeah.
a time travel, or even, I mean, and if you look at the Bible, oh, this is kind of an abstract thought that came to me recently, but let me kind of see if I can explain it. If you think about the fact, if you believe in God, the Christian God, which I do, and you believe that we all come from God, and one of the ways that that's expressed is God's breath is in our lungs. You know what I mean? Like the breath of life, that spark of life we get from God is also part of God. We were always with God, too. You know what I mean? We're eternal.
Yeah.
Uh, and if you think about the fact that God is omnipresent, He's present in all times, at all times. He exists outside of time. Then part of us, that spark of life that is made in God's image, is also outside of time. We're eternal. Like I just said, you know what I mean?
Oh, it
So
makes sense.
Yeah, so I
Very
don't know, I just had this thought recently, like, what if that's where we see glimpses of other reality or reality we can't see and perceive with our 5 senses here on Earth, but it's because part of that eternal is within us, is us, because God's within us.
Oh, I believe that. I believe that.
yeah.
But I think that kind of can tie in a way to the time travel too, because if we're able to tap into any recollection or memory, if you want to think of it that way, of that omnipresent God being, then maybe that's part of what seems like time travel too. I don't know, just some deep
Well,
thoughts.
physics
I
is
like it.
kind of starting
Yeah.
to prove that the past, present, and the future is all at the same time, so to speak. It's, you know, the
Right, exactly, Blue.
time as we think of it doesn't really exist. It's all at once, everything.
Yeah.
And maybe multi-layered, I don't know. How many people
Right.
do you think we can get inside of a TARDIS?
Right?
Inside of a what?
There's a lot.
It's
TARDIS.
like a phone booth in, I think it's Doctor Who. He time travels in this like red phone booth
I did,
called a
Dan.
TARDIS. Mhm.
These nerd is showing.
It's blue.
So I don't know if it's the one he was referring to in West Virginia, but the one underground
Thank you, Brian.
that I saw a video on was for Congress, Senate, all of them in DC, and they were able to take a tour of it, so it must be the one that's open to the public. And what was really spooky about it to me was the layout was exactly like if you were on the Congress
Right.
floor.
Say that again,
Identical.
Bonnie. The layout was the same as the Congress floor as where?
As in the Capitol. It's like they created an exact replica of the Congress floor in the bunker that
Oh,
is in the
okay,
Capitol.
in the bunker. That's the part I missed. Yeah, that one surprised me because I mean, look at what they did with Biden. Remember where they had he had that like miniaturized version of a desk. Do you guys remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that was so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this one they showed where you go in, you take your clothes off, they have this something that sterilizes you,
Agree with
then you go
that.
through another door and you put on these white jumpsuit things. I mean, they were showing every single step of the way. And
Mhm.
it has to be the one open to the public. Or they got a tour somehow, some way, but
Good to see you, MB. Thanks for being here.
so I absolutely do believe that they exist. And
Right.
I remember years ago too, California was
I
there
didn't hear
was an
that joke.
argument. They wanted to build a tunnel for the elite to travel north in California so they wouldn't have to go through all the traffic. Um, I don't know if
Yeah,
that was ever completed. Can't remember what they called it, but um,
yeah. Isn't Elon Musk doing some of those tunnels?
Yeah, he
and
started a boring company. I was going to mention that, and there is a feasible math on doing tunnels for long distance travel, actually costing less money because the gravity of the Earth for the first part would actually be pulling you downward. And they're looking at doing an underground tunnel from Europe to America. Just the feasibility of it, not actually planning
Exactly,
stages,
Sal.
looking at the feasibility of doing it because of the cost savings. The only problem you'd have in
I agree,
California is the
Gigi.
fault zones. If you drill through a fault zone and put like a tube there, it just like if you look at there's this one creek in Sierra Nevadas, it makes a distinct 90-degree right hand turn and goes for about 100 foot, and then it continues the same way. That's right on top of a fault line that's moved over several millennium. So the same thing happens under Earth. So if you do a tunnel and it goes
I'll
through
check
the
that out, Al.
mini plates or Teutonic areas in California, there'd be a lot of cost and maintenance.
Hi, Silver Shelby. Good to see you.
And then that makes me wonder too, when you mentioned Elon, why is he building these huge facilities in Texas
Yes, Kiki.
if everything's fixing to be wiped out? You would think he would be privy to it as far up there as he is now.
Right.
So I don't know that that's what's going on. And then you were talking about the submarines outside of or on our coastlines.
Mhm.
And there was just, I just saw a video where
Good question,
the
Mary.
Gulf Coast, the ground underneath the ocean is cracking up. It's breaking apart. There's geysers coming up, killing the fish. It's like there's no oxygen in the water anymore. I don't know.
Wow.
It's a good time to pray.
Right.
Right.
Always.
I
Well,
mean,
the
it's
Earth,
always a
Earth
good
is,
time, but
Earth is always living and evolving and
Thanks,
changing.
Mo. Really quickly, hold on, you guys. I forgot to go back earlier and do this. Thank you so much to Lily for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Thank you to JM for the 2 super chats. He said testing to make sure the like button works. And then, dang, it has to be yellow super chat to count for the goal. I'll count anything towards the goal, honestly. Becoming a member too. And if you send in anything in, what's it called? I'm thinking Snapchat. That's not what I'm trying to say. Cash App. That'll be counted too. So yeah, and the I have I've done a couple weeks of people picking songs, but one week the person never got back to me, and then I do have a song I'll be singing later tonight that Tate helped me pick out, and I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Mo. Mo says great convo. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody for your support. Just didn't want to not address those. I appreciate you all. But
I
anyway, so
wonder,
for tonight's goal, you get an emoji next week. I'll come up with a personalized emoji for you. And if you already have one, then you can help me pick something special that you want for the chat next week.
I
Right,
wonder
that's what
if
they
they're
say.
hedging their bets. Like they have spaceships, they have bunkers, they have tunnels, they have facilities. And so just like the rest of us, I mean, yeah, they're rich, but they aren't seers, necessarily. They might
Yeah,
think,
I see
okay,
you, Margaret.
here's a variety of things that could happen. So let's have a contingency plan for each one of those. And because the video we watched with Black Scout, I think, kind of briefly mentioned
Always Silver Shelby.
a spaceship. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
what if they have a wonderful mall in the sky, a fringe civilization that has already been started, been done for decades? I've heard about these for a while now.
Right.
Allegedly, there are fringe civilizations setting up
Much love, Jake. I saw you come in earlier.
community, I guess, or a fringe world. There's a few movies about it out there, like
Interesting.
Breakaway society.
yeah, exactly. That they can just
Yeah.
shoot up.
What was that robot movie? I'm trying to think of the name of it. Wall-E, you
Yeah.
know, that kind of idea.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jake says, I had a high security clearance at Ranger Battalion, and many underground joint military government facilities exist in every state that will never allow access to U.S. citizens, even for a nuclear strike.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I hate to assume, but I would assume so.
Well, and whether it's an orchestrated tie-in to Revelation or it's the real deal, in the Bible it talks about, Brand, I bet we'll be able to find this verse. It talks about the people will be underground hoping for the rocks, praying for the rocks to fall in
Yeah.
on them.
There is a verse about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They'll try to go underground to escape, but that won't be enough for them. You
Right.
can't go deep enough, or you can't hide long enough. Not for the Father.
I
He already
think
knows where you are.
right. Exactly. I think Blue was the one kind of joking in the chat about, who would want like how long would you want to be down there with all of them? You know what I mean? And
Well, that's
Okay.
Awaken with JP did a clip about that. I'm not going to play it, but if you guys want to go check it out, Awaken with JP did a clip today that was
Yeah.
basically talking about that and how good riddance, and they're going to have to live with themselves down there.
that's what I was thinking too. It's who would want
I
to
was curious too,
survive
Six.
something like that? I mean, really.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
depends on what it was. It don't. Well, it'd be bad regardless, but it just depends on what it is. What
Good to see you, Canadian.
I don't know. Whatever it would be. Obviously they think it would be so bad they got to be in a bunker, but I don't know.
I think that's not going to happen in America. I think if you take in context of when the books were
It
written, the
is now,
world
yeah.
was the Middle East. And if you look at Revelations, the nukes are supposedly going to be around Israel and Iran area. So I would imagine all the tunnels would be in that area. And if you look at Gaza strips and all the tunnels they're making, that would kind of sort of make sense just from my vision.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we've seen the tunnels, and they're nice. They're like tile and like
Right.
like they've been there for a long time over in those other countries.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I'm too claustrophobic about stuff like that.
Me too. That's why I'm not
I'd
going
freak out.
underground.
I'd start freaking out.
I'd rather live on a boat in the middle of the ocean than underground.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
I'm not going in
Gigi,
space either.
they're actually saying now, Gigi, that the polar ice is expanding for the first time in a long time.
Nice.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on now. So what? Now I gotta buy winter clothes because it's not gonna be it's gonna be a snowball Earth. I wish they'd make up their mind.
Tides are turning.
No, it's not going to be a snowball Earth because Tuesday we're getting up to 103 already.
Good to
Mm,
see you, Apple Dumpling.
already?
Already.
Dang.
And yet the glaciers are expanding. Interesting.
And I was talking to someone in Wisconsin, and they're fixing to have like a heat wave also. So
Hmm.
I was like, okay, so when does this happen? And we saw it during the winter. When does it happen when the South and the North are pretty much same temperatures, same weather?
Before the tilt of the axis of the Earth got to the degree it was at right now, they were that way.
Good to see you, Linda Jean.
Got us with the curve.
Well, the tilt of the axis of the spin
Hmm.
of the Earth is what gives us summer, winter, autumn, and fall, or spring and fall.
Right, so
Just when I
And
think I'm going to have the best tomato season ever.
right.
They're
Cheryl, the
building
money came
bunkers and
from
blocking out the sun.
right.
And so what
Yeah.
if all these things are happening because the earth is healing itself or trying to?
Or it's evolving. There was a time where we had very little oxygen on this Earth when it was a young Earth, and there was a lot of volcanic Earth
See you later, Jam.
activity on the surface, and it's changed throughout history, and it'll continue to change. We don't know what the Earth's supposed to be in the future. We're just living on it right now, enjoying the changes.
But doesn't volcanoes put out O2?
Yeah, more O2 than all the people on the face of the Earth yearly every hour, and there's 27 of them going off right now.
So then how would there be less oxygen because of volcanoes? Isn't that what O2 is?
Well, you have to look at the plankton in the water, and the water is 75% of the Earth, and there's a lot of plankton eating up a lot of that carbon, turning it into oxygen, along with the trees.
Right, Gigi, that's what I was saying. I don't think that it's not being happy to be aware of what's happening. I think that we need to do both. We can be happy in our day-to-day lives and also be focused on the reality that we're facing, you know?
The reality is we're living on a world that's ever changing, which means it's probably trying to kill us. And if we're not aware of that, then we're probably going to die on it.
Right. Okay, Bran did find the verse. It's Revelation 6:16, and it's and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb.
Yeah.
You can go look at that verse for more context. But yes.
You know, allegedly in Antarctica, there's a volcano named Mount Erebus. Well, I don't know if I pronounced it right. It's Erebus,
Yeah.
but allegedly it erupts over 80 grams of gold daily.
Whoa.
Good to see you, John.
Where's that at?
Yeah.
That's in Antarctica. It's in Antarctica. It's Mount Erebus
Put
in
an X
Antarctica,
on mark the spot.
allegedly.
Right.
Actually, it's not allegedly. I did a video. Then there's a new style of.
Supposedly, then.
Okay, they
Teresa.
found a new style of gold being deposited coming from volcanoes. Their runoff, their streams that run off. There's this guy doing metal detecting, and he came across like 6 ounces of damn near pure 999 fucking gold underneath the black tarnished volcanic rock. He came across it and he hit it with his hammer and it all broke apart and there was freaking gold there. So apparently some of these volcanoes, because of the shifting of the earth, is hitting gold rich areas that's turning it molten and shooting up with the lava. So I could very easily see that happening.
Really quickly, here's another verse that Brand posted, Revelation 6:15. And the kings of the earth and the great men and the rich men and the chief captains and the mighty men and every bondman and every free man hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. There you have it.
Interesting.
Well, there goes our yacht, Watt.
Oh, I'm still getting a yacht. There'll be more yachts for us. The ratio will be offset.
I was going to say, there's going to be people heading inland, leaving those yachts, easy to get to. And
all right, maybe not the yacht.
I actually like the yacht idea. I was speaking with a friend of mine who's doing a cat design of a new catamaran design that I'm coming up with. I hope to build here in the next couple of years.
Need a cruise ship.
Dude, if I get a yacht, I'm selling all the way around. I'm selling down to the Keys and back.
Gigi, look into it. That's what they're saying now, that it's expanding. I think so much of that is just propaganda. It's hard to tell one way or the other, to be honest. It's trust the science, you know? I mean, most of us know what that really means. So, you know, it's hard to know.
Yeah.
Dank! Good to see you always. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Dank.
Right? Who believes in global warming? Yeah, nope, I don't.
No.
I know it gets hot in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've been through it. It was supposed to have an ice age like 20 years ago.
Right, yeah. And if you go look back and look, not even that long ago, like 10 to 20 years ago even, you can see how all the predictions have been so far off. I actually think that that's part of what they're doing by wanting to dim the sun. I think they're trying to like perpetuate it to make, and then they'll blame it on global warming. You know, they'll still blame it on that.
Like the guy in the Resident Evil video said, we know it's eventually coming, so let's create it on our own terms.
Right, exactly.
I'd rather spend.
And that's in a lot of movies, actually. The Book of
Yeah.
Eli, you know, there's another spoiler coming, so plug your ears if you haven't seen that movie, because it
It's
is
a good movie.
definitely worth watching. Yeah. But in the Book of Eli, the villain is searching for the Bible because he wants to use it against the people as a plan book, basically, against the people who follow it. Well, how far is that from what's happening right now?
Could be 1,000 years. Who knows?
Well,
right now.
if you were a father and you were looking down at the daycare and what's going on, what would you do?
Hope that people would reach out to me and change their ways.
Well, since he gave us free will, that's an individual answer for everyone in the world.
I guess so. I
Good to
just
see you,
feel like
Paz.
he would
Couldn't even imagine.
He's done it before.
Miss you
I
too,
don't
Chuck.
know.
Yeah, it's
Right. I mean, yeah. And that's in the Bible too. It says, the end will be like the days of Noah, and we know what he did then. We also know it's not going to be through flood, if you believe
Yeah,
the
because he
Bible.
said you'd never flood, and next time's going to be fire.
Yeah, this time will
Right.
be fire.
And that's where it's confusing because, like he said in the clip, they'll force it to be as the end.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah,
biblical.
it'll
Yeah.
probably be a nuclear war between Israel and Iran, and 144,000 Jews, 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes, will make it into the Jordanian mountains protected by other than worldly means. And after it's done with, a lot of Islamics will be dead, and there'll be a new Antichrist coming up, probably coming up with a quasi-religion between Judaism and Islam.
Coming up, Apple Dumpster.
That'll probably be the new religion of Antichrist.
That's why I say the revelation is not a prediction, it's actually a playbook.
Yeah, and being a playbook, it can be changed. And he even said in the Bible it can be changed.
I agree with that, Cheryl. Antarctica has a lot of secrets. For sure.
I just saw a video about that too.
Not that
there's
the Bible's, but hold on, sorry, Bonnie. Not that the Bible will be changed. The Bible is a living document because the Holy Spirit communicates through the Bible. But if you're saying that we can pray for things to be changed in the end times, is that
That's
what you
why
meant?
that's why I said the end could be 1,000 years off, because it depends on
Right.
every generation what we
Yes.
do, whether we bring it or we for it off another generation.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay, sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead.
I don't know what I was saying. Mhm.
Squirrel. I know, I'm the same way. Yeah, exactly. Silver Shelby Stacker says, I used to believe in global warming, but it's a lie. Just go back in history 80 years, find pictures of land by the ocean, and then the same spot today and check out the results. Right. And that's what a lot of what they say is even that it's supposed to be like if the ice caps are melting, then the water's supposed to raise like an inch in a century or something. It's like such a small amount. It's not
Yeah.
like it's this catastrophic, tsunami that's going to appear.
Well, did they add in the amount of new people in that century that are going to be drinking water and taking that
Right,
number
John.
down?
They need to interview that Florida guy that's 99, fixing to be 100, and still working out and living life.
God
Right,
bless you.
pause. Yeah, exactly. It could be another Y2K doomsday that never happened. Yeah. I do think they're always promoting fear, and that's different than I think discerning what's true isn't the same as, dwelling in the fear. But yeah, I do think they want us to be fearful for sure. Look at COVID-19.
That's why we all
Right.
have different views of everything. Is we're not all going to agree, and that's why it's good to have these discussions.
Right.
Definitely.
Thank you, Anti. Someday I'll go on Rumble too. But yeah, thank you. If you guys want to sub me up over or follow or whatever it is that they do on Rumble, sometime I will start streaming over there out of necessity or just to, kind of find some new faces.
And
Right.
check
Click on
out
the link on
Indy's
that.
fans only page for $10 a month.
Oh, stop it. I do not have an OnlyFans, Neil. But to kick you out. I would not. Is there supposed to be a heat wave in Ohio, Wolfgang? I know different opinions for sure on flat Earth or globe Earth or disc Earth or the back of a turtle. There's lots of ideas.
Yeah, Gigi didn't like the picture I drew for her.
Yeah. Or Hollow Earth is another one.
I'm real interested in Admiral Byrd's diaries of Antarctica, and I think a lot of attention should be put on that myself.
Yeah, we've talked about that a few different times. Yeah, I think there's a lot of possibility of that being true, that there's a different climate there than we think is there, that the fact that there's so many countries that can't get anything, they pretend at least that they're not all in it together on every level. But if we believe that, then they pretend they can't get along about anything else, but they're all going to agree that nobody can go to Antarctica. I mean, it just
That's
doesn't make
exactly
any
it. The only
sense.
spots they do allow scientific research, but it's only in certain areas, and other
Right.
areas are off limits. And it's the only place on the planet that every country agrees that area is off limits, and no
Right.
one goes down to check out how many resources are underneath ice like we're doing at the North Pole. In Greenland, we're doing it all there, but we're not doing it in our southern hemisphere. That's kind of bizarre.
Good to know, Blue.
That's what I was going to say a while ago. Watched a
Mm.
video where there is supposed to be a whole other civilization living somewhere around the Antarctica.
Good one, Anti.
They don't, they kind of look like us, but not really.
Right, thanks.
And they were showing how they live in these dome-looking.
Right, Blue. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's so many different ideas, and I think that it could be a place. Okay, well, think about how they're trying to do cloning now they've said they're going to, of woolly mammoths. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and we
Ooh, I
know
want
that,
one in the backyard.
oh, yeah, what we know that their technology is 20 to 50 is what I've heard. Some say 20 to 30, but either way, think about what happened 30 years ago and how far we've come. If the technology is that much further advanced from now, at the rate we see technology advancing, and we know that they told us about Dolly the sheep in 1999 being cloned, and we know, they're doing all sorts of crazy stuff, like using growing human brain tissue to use in computers with AI. I mean, what do you
Yeah, I've
think that
seen
they
that.
could have in
Have you heard
Antarctica?
any talk about unlocking more of humanity's DNA?
You guys are cracking me up,
I mean, just imagine in our lifetime, we'll probably see a real life Jurassic Park exhibit,
right? Because that went so well.
I mean,
Yeah,
coming to Texas,
for
allegedly.
sure, Gigi.
Yeah.
Clean water is one of the key
They're gonna put
things we
that in
need.
Georgia.
Just bring it on. Shoot, it's already like a jungle out here. Bring it on. It'll fit right in here. Might buy some stock in it.
There was at one time. I mean, it's not Jurassic Park, but what's his name?
I've
Jack
heard of it,
Hanna.
but I haven't read
You
it.
remember
Yeah,
that guy,
Jack
Jack?
Hanna presents.
Yeah,
Right.
they were
Yeah.
gonna do something up here, like around Mariana or something like that, but it fell through. But yeah, that was gonna be something, man.
Put it
Yeah.
down there in the
Gigi,
Everglades.
Yeah.
Gigi says, I can guarantee you one thing, no nukes will destroy humankind. I don't know about that. I don't know how you can make that guarantee, Gigi, but I know some people don't even believe that nukes exist. If you go back and look at the footage, it's a little sketchy to see some of that footage, and what they told us were like the testing cities. If you look into Chernobyl, like they're saying that a lot of the wildlife and plant life has um, I don't know, rejuvenated in a way that doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't have been able to at this point already.
I
So
just saw
there
a
are some
documentary
interesting.
on that last night.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
There's a lot of information out there. I haven't deep dove it enough to feel like really confident one way or
Dovin.
the other. For me, it's kind of like with flat Earth or round Earth. It's like I'm keeping my mind open, but I don't feel like I know 100% one way or the other. I only know what I've been told from both sides.
that's
Well,
Um,
look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, man, today,
mhm.
and what it looks like today. I mean, if there was supposedly radiation from those nukes, there wouldn't be anybody living around there. That place is like flourishing.
and that's
You know.
Yeah.
the wolves. The wolves in Chernobyl. The part of the documentary I saw, they said genetically are stronger and more vigorant
That's what we're told, Gigi.
than
Yeah, I've seen a documentary on that. Yeah, the wolves.
in Chernobyl. They're like their DNA is a little bit changed to be better than any
Like an
other
alpha
wolves.
wolf.
Yeah, and they
This
travel
kitty
in
cat.
larger packs, and just a lot of changes that science didn't think would happen, along with the feral pigs up there are thriving as well.
It was a really good movie about that. It was like something dealing with that and like a portal in a way. It was a really good movie. I cannot remember the name. Let's see if I can look it up.
Right.
And
Gigi pointed out, I'd mentioned Hollow Earth. Some people think of that in different ways, but there's also there's already, we know, even if you look at what they've just told us supposedly about what's underneath the pyramids, but if you look back at, what's that place? I cannot remember the name right now.
Georgia.
No, it's I'm going to butcher it if I say it. Something Tepe. I can't remember the name of
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah. I know what
Gobe
you're talking about.
Without
Tepe.
seeing it in front of me. What is
Yeah,
it called, Neil?
Gobe Tepe.
Something like that. I don't think
yeah.
that's it either, but it's close.
I think it's Gobekli.
Gobekli
Gobekli Tepe.
Tepe. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, there's been underground civilizations before. We know that they've existed in the past. So, why wouldn't there be something now too? And I don't think that's the same. I don't consider that quite the same thing as Hollow Earth, but I do think that, there have been civilizations that have lived underground. And then of course that gets into the mud flood theories, because were they underground at the time, or are they underground now?
Someone was talking about boring underground, and Wildlife put a link in private
Glad to hear that, Pat.
for a tour of that, if you wanted to share that.
We'll say that again, Bonnie. What is it?
It's up at the up.
When we were talking about the tunnels and all that type of stuff, somebody mentioned the Boring Company. And in the back chat,
Yes.
I put a short video when Elon and Gail King were having their interview about the tunnels.
Brand, do you want to pull that one up next?
It's at the
5:53.
7:53 mark.
Yeah. Yeah. We have the different time zone timestamps. All right. Right. Yeah. There's the solar flare idea, the pole shift idea. There's the dragon asteroid or whatever, or whatever it is that's supposed to be coming.
Year of the Dragon.
I can say this. 3 years ago, when I started my channel, I did a video on the solar cycles, and I'd read an article that said this is going to be the worst solar cycle in a long time. It's an 11-year cycle, and it's going to be at its maximum peak November 2025. So what you got to think of about all this weather anomalies and shit happening, this is a real bad solar cycle, and we're getting hit real hard with was it like M-rated and X-rayed?
I don't buy that, Gigi.
X-rayed.
I think it would definitely affect the weather in some way.
Well, that's why if you see the Borealis further south, that's our magnetic field, and the solar radiation.
Yeah, we had the Northern Lights in Georgia last year, man. It was the wildest thing ever. And I could see it, but for some reason, even the camera that I have, it couldn't pick it up. It wouldn't capture what I was seeing.
That's our magnetic field being hit with heavy solar radiation wave or wind, and our magnetic field is like a sail. And if the wind blows too hard, the sail blows out more, and so the aurora borealis goes further.
Never in my life I remember that happening in Georgia.
Yeah,
where I live anyway.
It's a real bad, and that's how it also affects earthquakes and heavy storms. So you have to keep that in consideration.
You know what? That was around the same time we got hit with Helena.
Yeah.
It was around that same time frame. Now that I think about it, now that you mention it.
Yeah, I mean, the conspiracies, most of them probably are true, but there is other factors as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Brother. Thanks for being
no
here.
Doubt.
Hey, Michigan.
Bran, I'm not sure if you know that the video stopped sharing.
Yeah, it's not available in Canada.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Bonnie.
I got a kitty cat video you can show.
Thanks, everybody.
We try to
No,
find
that's okay, Neil. All right, here we go. I'll put this link in the chat too.
Not quite. Now what happens, Dad? What are we going to do now? What happens now? Hey, did the doors on the Tesla close like that?
Yeah, that close automatically.
No, but I mean like that, fold down like that.
On a Model X they do.
All right, Joe, let's go.
You see, it's like a little bumpy. Well, this is just because we're smoothing out the track. So
Wasn't that kind of fast the way he took off?
yeah, it was maybe a little fast to turn off. Now we're gonna do it with autopilot off.
Okay.
You
So
can
how
speed up,
fast
I think,
could it go?
I mean, we've taken it up to what 80 miles an hour or something.
Whoa. How fast are we going now?
Um, we're taking it easy for you. Don't worry. Well, I mean, we've gone past 80 miles an hour, and we can get 100, no problem. But we'll take it easy for you. Just don't worry. Like I said, it's a little bumpy on the first ride.
So we really can't go off the tracks. See,
No,
I worry
you
about a
can't.
tunnel collapsing, Elon.
No. Yeah,
Why?
it's not going to collapse.
Have you ever heard of a tunnel collapsing?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just, these tunnel reinforcing segments are 4 times stronger than they need to be for the load.
What's with the color changes? Is that just
Oh, that's just like, green is good, red is slow, red is stop.
But there was a blue.
Oh, that was just for aesthetic.
For drama.
It gives it a futuristic look.
Now what's happening? What is this?
We're going up.
So this is the elevator? Wow.
And normally the elevator we put it in the sidewalls of the elevator, but we thought it'd be interesting for people to see the actual skeleton of the system. It's like kind of like a steampunk vibe. You can see how he just popped out here.
Yeah.
We're basically in in somebody's backyard, essentially.
I know.
Should we pop out?
Yes. Let's pop out. That was very cool. I said it was very scary for the first couple of seconds, but it was also very cool. But if you're going to do it, you might as well do it with Elon Musk by your side. If he's not scared, I'm not scared. Joe, were you scared? Joe was not scared either.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks, Watt, for sharing that. And Bonnie, thanks for helping share that.
When did they do that?
That aired back
recently,
in
or?
2018.
Yeah, they started
believe.
in 2013 with the Boring Company, I believe. Don't hold me.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Wild Dragon.
Okay.
And yes, Gigi, we've talked about remote viewing earlier tonight, but also several times.
It's like in the Willy Wonka movie when they're on the boat and it's just speeding up and everybody's freaking out and the colors are changing.
Right. Where's the chocolate river?
I can see Elon working on that. He'll make that happen.
Right. Good to see you, Lauren. Thanks for being here.
But yeah, that was his whole thing during that whole interview. He was like, we'll have these tunnels in certain places. And then it's like, well, what if you want to come up? And that was the part where they went to this like little elevator that lifted them up. So inevitably in his mind, he'll have little parts like that where you could go in the tunnel, get to an elevator spot, pop up, and then you're back on the surface.
And actually, that's the cheapest way to do it for real estate because he doesn't have to buy but 4 parking spots for one car to come up and down at a time. So he could come up in the downtown area and it cost him a lot of money.
Gigi's, that's what some people have said, including Allie Carter, I was talking about earlier. She said that they use those tunnels now to avoid traffic. I mean, that there are people that have access to these all the time.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, it's called the Loop. It goes around Las Vegas, and it's called the Loop.
No worries, Gigi.
Oh, dude, I hate those here. They started putting those in certain places around here, the roundabouts, and I'm thinking, man, this is the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah, they
I know
started
you're
putting
trying
those
to
in here.
prevent certain things, but it's just making it worse.
Probably like 10, 15 years ago, there was a huge push, and they have them in a lot of like the suburbs around here now.
Yeah.
I just like them.
Shout out 101.
Yeah, good to see everybody coming in. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Good to see you.
Elizabeth
When they
April. I'll have
first
to
started
look her
putting
up.
the roundabouts here, there was a bunch more accidents because people couldn't figure out.
Right.
For a couple of years, it was just constant fender benders, but it's getting better.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
They couldn't figure it out. It's like in National Lampoons where he keeps going in a circle for like 10 hours.
I'm not an amateur.
That's kind of scary knowing that the drivers can't navigate.
Right, exactly, Blue. The future promised me flying cars, not tunnel cars. That's the opposite thing.
Flying
Probably
cars
both.
coming later this year.
Hmm.
Nice.
Did you guys see that? It's like I guess a promo type thing they were putting out. It's like it looks like almost like those like on was it that the Star Wars movie where they were flying through the woods and stuff, where all the Ewoks and all that stuff. You know what they
Yeah, it's
were
the flying
riding on those.
motorcycle.
Yeah, there's a version of that.
Kawasaki.
Right, Jerry.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, Jerry brought this up. It ties in with the underground thing. And V, I'm curious what
Mhm.
you think about this too. They called it, I think it was called Bertha, Big Bertha,
It was
Big
but
Big
it
Bertha.
was a
Bertha.
boring machine that was digging under Seattle.
I went to school
And
with her.
they say that it broke down and was stuck for a really long time. It was another one of those things that the people said that we didn't wanted. We voted against it and they said, oh, we're doing it anyway. And
Yeah.
then it got stuck, they said, for years. But now I wonder, tinfoil hat time, if it wasn't
Mhm.
stuck, it was just digging around down there doing other things while they said that it was stuck because you couldn't access it. I mean, how would we know?
Of course,
Was
yeah.
it along a fault line? Because in the digging of the
All of
tunnel
Seattle's along a
system,
fault line.
in the digging of the
Man,
tunnel system
yeah.
of the channel from England to France, they also got a
Appreciate you.
digging machine stuck when it passed through the plates. There was two different
Mm.
plates, and it
But
shifted a
was it
little bit on
really
them.
stuck or
So
was that just the cover?
what they had to do, they gave a whole explanation of how they got it out. So yeah, it was stuck.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure
They
they did.
went in, dug ahead of it with the other boring machine, dug back to it, opened it up bigger, pulled it back, solidified the crack, and then kept running. It added 18 months to the digging of the channel. But so things do get stuck underground all the time.
Right. I'm not saying it's impossible that it's true that that's what happened. I just think that it's interesting to hear about all of these underground cities that have to be, and the many that are being apparently built more, recently. And then, that also ties in, a lot of people have heard those sounds that some thought were the chauffeurs from heaven.
Mm.
But others
Oh,
have said
yeah.
it sounds like boring machines.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys are
common.
talking about, they sounds like the trumpets because it's that grinding.
Where do you think all this gold and
Yeah.
silver and metals are coming from? People have been digging holes in the ground for millennium. There's a lot of holes in
Well,
the
that's
ground.
not what I'm talking about, Neil, but yeah.
So there has to be a map because there has to be a map so they know where
Oh,
where
yeah.
to
Yeah,
go.
I've seen
Where
maps. I've seen maps. I just don't know how accurate they are, but I have seen a lot of the same information.
Uh,
You
I
probably
would not
find it if
trust
you
those
Google something.
maps because I actually was on a job site in a very wealthy neighborhood here in California in Walnut Creek, and
Right.
there was some digging going on, and they actually hit a gas line,
Interesting.
and that gas line was not on any city or county mapping system of gas lines.
Yeah,
So
I've come across that too.
Yeah, that has happened.
Hutch. Well, I think it's interesting in this area because
Thank
we
you,
have a
Snitch.
lot underground already.
Mhm.
And the Big Bertha thing, they for years, I remember hearing on the news, like, oh, it's stopped up again. Oh, we wasted
Right.
another 2 years and $2 billion. We're gonna. I just feel like it was like we got pumped up here.
Yeah.
For sure.
not as bad as Boston's Big Dig.
You know, it takes a lot of billions
what
to
way,
get to that
Neil?
21 trillion.
Right.
The Boston's Big Dig took
Good to see you,
about
Tony.
20 years, took twice as long, and caused about 10 times as many problems. As a matter of fact, there was a time where most Bostonians in the downtown area were going to close shop and move because all of the digging they were doing underground was chasing the rats up on the street.
Well, I
Oh,
still think
horrible.
the taxpayers got punked. Like,
Mhm.
where the unicorns? It went somewhere secret. Well, perhaps. I just, without eyes on it, how do you know? And all we kept hearing about was, something happened. We're going to need more. It's kind of like when you get a contractor and they're like, oh, we found something else. We got to charge you some more or whatever. Like it just seemed to be a disaster one way or another.
Mhm.
Mm.
Good to see you,
I think
Hutch.
we should all buy a
I
boat
was lurking at
and
yours
make
a little
like
bit
a
earlier.
water world type scenario. Buy a couple barges, couple boats, and just go live out in the water. Fuck everybody.
Right? And then you have maritime law.
In international waters.
Right? It's the way to go.
There is no teeth in international waters.
Wasn't that Dangerous Freedom's plan to like steal a ship?
His big water backup plan was his swimming pool. Come
Right.
find us. We have a pool in the apartment complex.
Right.
Yeah.
Except pirates do still exist.
Right. Pirates do still exist. Right. That's
Facts.
true. Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's the Schumann residents acting up all the time. We have apparently time jumped twice in the last month. See, I haven't heard about the Schumann being tied in with time jumping, Gigi. I don't know about that.
I was totally picturing Ron in a damn pirate's outfit going, you're me matey. You know,
I miss that guy. I sure
I
miss
can totally
him.
see it.
Oh, you're right, Indy, though. He did talk about being a pirate. He was just going to go out and get on the water and sail to Hawaii or something. You know, like there's something to be said for Noah's Ark. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the way to go.
You know, like with a parrot on his shoulder and his, his wife beater and his hat wearing backwards. You know,
Yep.
Interesting
patch
thought,
over his
101.
eye and a sword. I could totally see it.
I think he's joking. He said Harriet Tubman made the underground famous, but if you think about it, I kind of wonder if there isn't some truth to that in some, in some way.
It was probably founded.
Founded?
Yeah, it was
funded?
probably founded. They founded it.
Founded it, yeah. Founded in 1890.
We're using things that were already in existence.
Yep.
It's possible. Star forts, castles, and capitals heated and cooled with tunnel air. Interesting, John. Yeah, I've seen some things about like ancient cities in Israel and such that have underground tunneling. And if you think about the pyramids that they, what they say they found, if that's true, under the pyramids right now, there's some, they don't call them tunnels, but they're those spirals that are going down each of the columns. Interesting to see what that's going to, what they're going to tell us that's all about.
In more recent history, like 11th to 12th century, it took about 100
Not
years.
true, 101.
About 100 years for the Templar Knights to dig an underground city underneath, I believe, the city of Acorn. Not 100% sure on the city, but they built an underground city in less than 100 years with temples and everything. And that was like 11th, 12th century.
That's right, Emma.
Right.
They sure do.
It's money laundering is a lot of it. What was that, Bonnie?
They find them all the time. The underground cities, the look at how many mosques they've been finding.
In some of these cities, there could be a city on top of a city.
Yeah, I'm interested with the south rim of the Grand Canyon and why the government doesn't want no one down there. That's my main interest. Screw the pyramids. We might have a site here in America. We don't have to fly over there.
Thanks, Gigi. I'll check her out.
Need to go hiking and bring a flashlight.
It's illegal. It's also illegal to fly drones beyond the perimeter of the rim of the canyon in that area.
Yeah, once it was known, they shut that little area off pretty quick.
I've heard that theory, Johnny. I'm not sure. It's hard to know where we are in the timeline biblically. There's people who have different thoughts on that. Johnny said some say the little season has already happened, and evidence seems to suggest that is true. I've seen some arguments for and against that. I don't know. It's very hard to know.
No, the time to worry is when the mosque gets torn down on the Temple Mound and they rebuild the Jewish Temple Mound where there's a standing mosque right now, and then they do the perfect calf sacrifice.
Right. I
Then
think so too,
start
Linda
worrying.
Jean. Linda Jean says, I think we've been kept in the dark about many, many things, and gradually it's all starting to surface. Yeah, some people call it the Great Awakening, and some believe it's like a spiritual veil that's being lifted. Some believe it has to do with like the Schumann resonance or the magnetic poles shifting or, a cycle of the earth in one way, shape, or form that we're in.
Planet X is getting close.
Yeah, Planet X. We haven't talked about that in a while.
Nibiru.
Yeah.
Good try, Lisa. This is actually better than normal, I think, to be fair.
There is something heading for the Earth right now.
Yep.
It's the Russian Mars thing. Have y'all heard that?
Are you
When you
talking
crack
about
me up. Thank you,
Do what?
Snooks.
Are you talking about the Oumuamua, the long cigar shaped thing, or am I picturing something else?
Supposedly, allegedly, whatever, Russia sent a spacecraft up years ago, and now it's falling to Earth.
That's two scientists from, I believe it was Harvard, over 18 months were out in the Asian Pacific area dragging magnets looking for a comet that fell, and they actually found, and they're all spherical little pieces. They found quite a few pieces of this comet, and they determined it was actually an ancient satellite, but no one's talking about it.
Yes. Make
Well,
that
that's
happen. Right.
It's made of minerals and elements that don't come from our galaxy. That's why they determined that.
Right. Yeah, Gigi, there's a lot of things that could be seen only from the sky, like in Peru also. You know, and it does make you
the
wonder.
Nazca line.
Right. Thank you, Snooks. Loves and hugs to you, Indy, and the chat. Awesome. Thank you so much, Snooks. Appreciate your support. Always.
Blue Unicorn is not down for a love shack, clearly.
Right. But maybe in pirate voice.
Maybe.
Shiver me timbers.
Yeah. Linda Jean says the criminals are worried we are all waking up and they are trying to let little things out like they are no big deal so that when we really find out the magnitude, they save themselves a bit. Yeah, and maybe that's why they're making the bunkers, to hide from all of us when we we finally do something about all of this that we are learning.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you, man. You know, I can't remember if it's exactly the same words, but to summarize, from the TV show Living Dead, or then whatever. Anyway, or no, nothing is hidden anymore in the zombie apocalypse. You know, so when it all happens, man, that stuff, those places are gonna crack. You know, and who's to say that they're fast enough to get into those bunkers before everything goes to shit? You know.
Right.
I want a spaceship. Screw a bunker.
I mean, but you think about it, you get up there in space and then what? I mean, really, it's not like you can go down to the 7-Eleven and get a snack, you know?
No, but you could just go to another planet. Fuck everybody.
Yeah.
What are you going to do when you get
Maybe.
there? I mean, I think this is an interesting question,
Take a
though. If they can
shower.
do an
Yeah.
auction, because look, they can't kill us all. They need slaves. So even if there's underground tunnels and underground cities and dumps and all of that, they still need some of us to make their sandwiches. Would you
Right.
choose
Well,
that?
do they
or
though?
would
Because now they
you-
have robots that or 3D printers that can do it.
That's a good
Yeah,
point,
no,
too.
the human touch, the robot could erroneously pick up Miracle Whip, and the human touch is a little.
Right.
They're still going to need people, I believe.
Actually-
So would you hurtle into
Good to see you,
space,
Brian.
or would you go down? If the elites came to you and were like, Neil, you're so special. You've been telling everyone to buy silver for years. We see you. You're a chosen one. We're going to give you the chance, right? You got.
I'd have to kiss him on the lips for putting up with my bullshit for so many years.
10, 9, 8, 7.
I would go into outer space.
5.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it,
Right,
if you're out
Amy.
of space and something happens catastrophic, your death is instantaneous. If you're underground and something happens and you can't get out, you could live for a couple of weeks before you die.
I don't know, dude. I'd be
Neil.
more worried about hurtling into outer space.
Oh no.
Right,
I
Linda
can't
Jean, we were talking about
imagine
that.
going to.
If
Well,
they're all stuck down in their bunkers amongst each other, it's
if
going to
I
be a
had
mess.
if I had the Spaceballs fucking Winnebago, it might be okay, you know.
Yeah.
I can't imagine going to that extreme. It's just no. I'm gonna stand here and
I know,
do what I
Lisa.
can here.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like I Am Legend.
Do not
Well,
comply,
Johnny
right,
Cool,
Johnny?
aren't we already cleaning Rothschild toilets? You know what I mean? Are we not already scrubbing the elites' toilets? In a
Yeah.
sense,
Have
prefer the
been
elites,
since about
you
16th
know.
century, since the last time the guillotine was cleaned and used.
The nice gold ones.
All right. Well, you guys want to kind of shift gears a little bit. I have a couple videos I want to pull up.
Absolutely not. No shifting of gears. I like third Greek gear. It's pretty
These
steady.
have to do with some information that's come out. I think we talked about this last week because James O'Keefe had already put out that he was going to be releasing information, and we thought, and that he has the kill switch or not the dead man switch for Alex Jones. Is that right? Am I remembering that right? But
It was Alex for the yeah.
Yeah, and we were saying like how it's weird that he's saying that he has it because then that puts him on the list too. Or Alex Jones has the dead man switch for James O'Keefe. There we go. Yeah, thanks. That makes more sense. I mean, really though, it doesn't matter. Like they're both supposedly the people putting the truth out. But anyway, so there's two short videos that have to do with Epstein, and I thought we could go ahead and play those real quick. So here's the first.
Pretend he was in the Navy. He was 250 days at sea. He never thought of it. I was really pissed because he lied to me about Epstein. And then I did a big thing in the Daily Mail saying that I believed Andrew. And then I found out he was lying. I was so pissed. No, that he was f***ing underage girls. That's not cool.
John Bryan has been a close confidant to the British royal family for a long time. He worked for Queen Elizabeth II, was, quote, best friends with Princess Diana, and had a long-term intimate relationship with the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson. According to Bryan, he practically raised Sarah Ferguson's children, the princesses Beatrice and Eugene. And Bryan said that he maintained a friendship with Ferguson's husband, the Duke of York, Prince Andrew.
Tell me like your story. So my story, you want to know my story? What? Like I've been so famous at times when I was on the front page of every newspaper because I was working with the Queen of England. Okay. You know, she's Queen Elizabeth. I was working with all the families. Princess Diana was my best friend. And I met the Duchess of York. Okay. That's Prince Andrew's wife. They were separated. And then Sarah and I sort of fell in love. And we lived together for like 7 years, 6 years. In my house, Newark. And I raised their 2 little children. They're so cute. Wait, Beatrice and Eugenie. Those were my children. Those were my kids. I raised those kids. Day to day raised. I was father to those kids.
Prince Andrew's connection to Jeffrey Epstein emerged in 2010, when photos showed them walking together in New York's Central Park. Epstein had already been convicted in 2008 of procuring a 14-year-old girl for prostitution. In 2014, a woman named Virginia Giuffre alleged in a Florida court filing that Jeffrey Epstein paid her to have sex with Prince Andrew when she was 17, a minor. On April 25th, a few weeks ago, Giuffre died by, quote, suicide. Prince Andrew denied Giuffre's sex abuse allegations in a now infamous 2019 BBC interview.
She said she had sex with you 3 times, once on his private island in a group of 7 or 8 other girls.
No.
No to all of it?
All of it. Absolutely no to all of it.
The interview was a public relations disaster for the royal family and prompted the Queen to strip Prince Andrew of his royal duties. In the aftermath of that interview, the prince sought advice from a longtime royal family confidant, John Bryan.
Wait, so you were not friends with Prince Andrew? Oh, very good. Oh, no, we were very civilized. We'd go have dinner at his house. He'd have dinner at my house to see his kids. So then we go on a holiday in the south of France. And I get a big property, like 10 acres, right near Central Bay, right? You know, nobody has 10 acres. I'm on the biggest property, beautiful house. And I rent it so that we have privacy, right? Because the paparazzi are everywhere. There's hundreds of paparazzi, not 10, not 20, hundreds. I know.
And this is already one with Prince Andrew.
Yes, Prince Andrew.
His own thing.
Yeah, he's out in he's on the, he was in the Navy. He was 250 days at sea. Never saw his kid.
2 weeks after Prince Andrew's BBC interview, John Bryan was brought to the Royal Lodge, where Prince Andrew lives, to offer crisis management advice. According to the Telegraph, the meeting was conducted discreetly. At the royal residence, Bryan observed that Prince Andrew was visibly distressed and struggling to focus, reportedly unable to concentrate for more than 40 minutes at a time due to the strain he was under. As reported in the Daily Mail, John Bryan constructed a 5-page document emphasizing that Prince Andrew should publicly show empathy for Epstein's victims. Back in November 2022, Bryan publicly stated that he believed Prince Andrew was innocent of the claims made against him related to the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking scheme. Now, in our exclusive hidden camera undercover footage, John Bryan reveals for the first time that Prince Andrew did in fact have sex with underage girls.
Was your cheating like involved with like
other girls? I was so pissed about that. I was really pissed. I was really pissed because he lied to me about it.
Lied about
Epstein. Yeah. No, I knew he saw him. But he lied to me that he was such a close friend. I was so pissed. And then I did a big thing in the Daily Mail saying that I believed Andrew. And then I found out he was lying. I was so pissed. No, that he was f***ing underage girls.
Now, our newsroom has some concerns about where this investigation is headed and who may be implicated. But our only motivation in doing these stories is the public's right to know. And if this report and our subsequent reports shine a light into darkness and expose evil, then we are willing to take the risks. At the end of the day, child victims of Jeffrey Epstein need to be protected, and the people involved need to be held accountable by law enforcement immediately. Without accountability, our notion of freedom is just an illusion. We're going to be breaking our next stories exclusively at O'KeefeMediaGroup.com. You may see this Project Veritas sign behind me. Stay tuned for next week.
All right. There's one more short video of his we'll pull up here too, along the same lines, but talking about Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and why it is that she might be coming out with some of this information now regarding Epstein. Some people think that's just the ramblings of a drunk man, but I think that it's probably more, he has loose lips, I dropped the link for everybody who's up on panel. Please make sure that you're subbing everybody up, you guys. Checking out each other's channels, supporting all these
I
content
think he
creators.
was kind of spilling his guts.
It was just
Yeah.
me. But at the one
Mhm.
point, he said that he was Princess Diana's best friend. And then they showed a younger image of him, and he kind of looked like her son.
Yeah, you know what?
Ooh.
There are
Did you see
some
that? Did you notice that? If you look up an
there's
image,
some theories about that.
yeah, they look
Mhm.
just alike.
Supposedly, one of them belongs to the her tennis coach, and the other one belonged to someone else. That was the scuttlebutt going on in Scotland when it was happening. She
I
had
just
2
kind of
kids.
noticed that when they showed the younger image of him, when he had like a little hair on the side, it looked a little like her son.
And that's why those 2 boys don't look anything alike, too.
Right, Neil?
Yeah.
I just saw your comment in the chat. Yeah, he sure is, Gigi. Yeah, he's disgusting. And if you guys saw that full interview that they alluded to, like you can just so obviously tell that he's lying. It's gross.
I think we here in America need to vote for Neil Hahn, King of England, and I'll put them in their place.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this other James O'Keefe video about Pam Bondi, and then we'll talk some more after this.
Yesterday, Attorney General of the United States Pam Bondi was at the White House and disclosed what she represented as brand new information in relation to Jeffrey Epstein, the existence of tens of thousands of videos featuring little children.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, this is the first time an official has publicly acknowledged that videos of Epstein and his victims exist. What you may not know is just 9 days prior, the Attorney General had a very similar conversation with a total stranger in a restaurant.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI's been.
Okay.
So.
Any dates?
No, you know what it is? There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
In the past, officials have spoken about the, quote, mountain of evidence in the Epstein case, but they've never, previous to that moment, acknowledged on the existence of videos of, quote, little kids. Just a few days later, at 2 p.m. on May 1st, our reporter sent the AG's office the text of the recording. We asked why this detail had not been disclosed to the public, but was instead being told to a random stranger at a restaurant. The Attorney General used almost the exact same language as she did with the stranger in the restaurant, language that we shared with her press office.
There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, we hesitated to publish this story, but believe, like we did yesterday, that the public has a right to know. And this one raises serious questions. On one hand, why did our country's highest law enforcement official share this information first not with the American people, but with a self-described nanny at brunch? But more importantly, why was this information held back in the first place? Does this show that a government apparatus is still working behind the scenes to protect powerful people involved in the scandal? Based upon the response to our Epstein story yesterday, it's clear that the American people want answers, and they want accountability.
I blame Indy.
Yep, we sure do want accountability.
Heads on a pike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, exactly, Snooks. Pam Bondi is just putting out teasers all the time. I don't trust her anymore. Well, she's not the only one, you know? It's like we keep getting these little, I don't know, glimpses of hope that there's something different that's going to happen under this administration. And there are some positive things happening, you know? I think there's a lot of things going on with the border and, you know, stopping the inflow of people and then also looking at who's being sent out. But, you know, a lot of the people who are being sent out are of Hispanic descent. But then what about like anybody here from China? You know, we don't think anybody from China came in this entire time. Are they focusing on finding those people? You know, I mean, or from anywhere. I'm not even trying to target one group. I'm just saying like, it seems like there needs to be more done with that. And I know it's only been like what, a month and a half or whatever it's been. Oh no, I guess it's been like what, 3 months, whatever it's been. We were past the 100 days. So yeah, but it just seems like while there's some things that are being focused on, some of the bigger issues like pedophilia and huge rings that involve the elite aren't being covered.
Actually, as
Right.
far as the pedophilia thing goes,
Read
the
Amir.
guy here in Vallejo where I'm at in the city I'm at right now, was arrested. And I did not do a video on this because I don't want to do a video on this type of stuff. But he was arrested with about 3 terabytes of child porn, supposedly one of the largest child porn busts. Yeah, here he's like on $14 million bail right now. So they don't actually advertise some things. So, you know, if when things are being put up in front of you, like, you know, Pam Bondi talking to someone, whatever, things are actually going on that they're not talking about, because it was like the largest child.
Not Bonnie.
Largest child porn bust. Just picked a guy up here in this town on.
Thanks, Dux. Yeah.
I was watching a sheriff in Arizona, and he couldn't say much because he's still active sheriff, but a retired one was more than willing to speak, and he said that there is no way possible for them to find all the missing because they were sent to an NGO that called CPS, and supposedly they had a sponsor somewhere, but they have no way to track the sponsor or where they were put.
They got them on a damn flying saucer, took them to Mars, and they're over there as like a Martian.
They're probably
like,
down in the underground tunnels. They're the
it could be
you know, either as experiments or servants or sex workers or organ donors, or I mean, there's a list goes on and on about what they could be being used for, you know, and it's how many kids went missing that they know. What was the number they've told us? Isn't it like 80,000 is the number? 300,000? It's up to that now. Of just kids.
Was that in the whole nation or a year? Or what is that?
That was the last count I heard that came across the border that they could not find.
One thing about the deportations, right now they're concentrating on that Venezuelan gang because they're the most vicious. That's why you're hearing most about that. They're not actually going, and there's only been 70,000. There's over 10 million to go, so they haven't even dropped a dime in the bucket on getting these people out yet.
Right, Cheryl, and I agree. She says, I'm just glad we have Trump and not Kamala, and I agree, but I still think they're all in it together. It's just a matter of which way the New World Order is being ushered in. You know, they have the same long-term goals
I
in
agree.
a lot of ways.
Yeah. We're being marched to the same destination. We're just taking the scenic route. They're extending. It's like an encore for the show, but the end game is the same losses of our freedoms, in my opinion.
Right.
Unless the people stand.
Well, that's another thing too. You know, it's like you know, I mean, I've seen so many people. Like for instance, I've seen so many videos of police getting really violent with people and for nothing, and then you know, and some people getting killed for on accident or whatever they call it, and you know, no accountability and a lot of the time. A lot of times that they're all like justified with this didn't violate any of our policies, so whatever, da, 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 da. And that's getting worse, and that's just the teeth of the politicians, the ones that write all those fancy words on a piece of paper. And
Hold on one second, Wingnut. Dux, I'm not sure which statue you mean. If you mean the Statue of Liberty, I think that it's probably based off of, I can't remember the name of the original, but it's basically a statue of Lucifer. And I think there's a lot of symbolism in it, just like in the monolith.
Oh, you talking about that new
There's
statue?
a new one in Times Square.
Yeah, the one that looks like that fat black woman.
Yeah.
That fat black woman. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody fill me in. What's this about, V?
It's pretty close to Times Square. It looks like Letitia James, but I'm not sure if that's who they're basing it on for sure. But it's a black woman that is wearing like a shirt and some pants, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of bizarre, but yeah, that's the one that she was referring to.
That
Yeah, I
girl.
It's
haven't seen
new.
anything about
This
that.
I just
Do you know
saw it this week.
who purchased it or commissioned it?
That I don't know either. I have no
I think
idea.
the guy who just got arrested today, the New York City mayor.
Oh, right. I heard about that. Yeah, did you guys hear about this? There was
And 2 congressmen too. They're in real bad
right. In New
trouble.
Jersey, they broke into a federal building and they were arrested. It was an ICE building.
Yeah, and they also occupied it and stayed there for a while, so they got multiple felony charges, and they're congressmen. They're in bad trouble.
Wait, isn't New Jersey that turned liberal?
What now?
I saw the governor, and all of them were welcoming them, that we're an all welcoming nation. It just seems like they said they were speaking the language and everything. The governor. I think it was the governor of New Jersey. I know it was in New Jersey.
I'm lost.
Yeah,
I want
Bonnie,
to
I'm
say it
gonna
was the
pull it.
mayor of Newark.
It
The
was the
mayor
mayor.
of
Yeah, it
Newark,
was
is
the
that
mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Did you think I said New York? I apologize.
No, but I'm just saying,
I
so is
thought you
that
did.
why ICE went in and cleaned house? Or
No, they actually broke into ICE. They
oh,
actually went there
Right.
and broke in. ICE didn't have
Okay.
nothing. They didn't want nothing to do with them. Those guys actually went out and actively broke the law. ICE didn't
Yep.
come looking for them. They went out looking for ICE.
They like
Okay.
You hear
stormed
about
the
that, Boo, but that doesn't surprise me at all. That's the reimagined policing that we've been
Well,
seeing here in Seattle, and I think in a lot of the cities where they tried to defund the police, they're making them all very much more militant.
I'd like to know the intent on going in there and like breaking into the freaking ICE or whatever. What was the
Wonder if
intent?
Tony Soprano has an alibi.
Well, the intent was to
Yeah.
break their oath of
You know he
office
does.
to the Constitution of the United States, so they're
Get
instantly
fired.
thrown out of
Yeah, I'll have to go look
Congress.
at
Yeah,
this after
forget
later.
about it.
Also reappears.
Or what was being housed there was, I mean, if they broke in, I mean, was there people there, or what exactly was being housed there?
I think they were just trying
Yeah,
to make a
that's another thing.
statement,
Yeah, exactly.
and your statement is they're probably going to get 10 years in jail.
I mean, you had to know that was like a suicide mission. So, what was the intent? What was your exit plan?
Yeah,
You know what I
being a
mean? That's
mayor.
Hello, Steve.
I
Thanks for
mean,
coming
come
by.
on.
They probably thought they had the political power to be just getting a slap on the wrist and walk away.
Well,
And that happened today, you say?
Was it? Yeah, I believe it was today. Or was it
Yeah,
yesterday?
we
I
can
have to
pull up
look
a
it up.
video. Let me grab. I think I have a video about that.
It was either today or yesterday because I saw the
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't having an
called
LSD
away
flash.
in a video today. Yeah. I mean, what is time? But
I still thought you said
Yeah,
New
that
York.
too.
What is it?
Right.
for all I know, man, that was last year, man.
Yeah, man.
May the Schwartz be
Right.
with you.
Maybe it was they broke into the facility that was housing all the drones that were flying over Jersey. Who knows?
Oh, see, the dumbasses didn't even. I think they broke in right past the front gate and realized
Yeah,
they couldn't get
here.
no
Here's the
further, and
video.
they occupied one of the front gate guard offices or some shit like that.
So this happened today. So that's so last week, man.
Well,
For
yesterday, so Snooks is saying it was yesterday, and they're trying to like storm through. It.
All right.
You have a good question though, Anarchy.
Rand, will you
What is
pull up
the
that
you know?
link?
Word.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video about this. I did see today. This is by on a channel called Unwoke Thoughts, and he does a lot of really great coverage of kind of like just straightforward coverage of news, I think. So if you guys want to check him out, he's sort of a up and coming, I guess, streamer when it comes to like the news and truther.
Holy smokes. This is wild. Multiple Democrat members of Congress, along with the Democratic mayor of Newark, have been arrested for criminal trespassing at the ICE Center in Newark, New Jersey. The arrests were carried out by the Department of Homeland Security. What is going on? So I'm finding out about this just right now as well. This is apparently what happened, and this is the Democrat mayor of Newark, and he has been arrested. And now Democrat congressmen are coming out, and they are absolutely livid. Apparently, from what I've read, the very few tweets that I've read about this, this guy and some other people broke into this facility. That's just kind of the preliminary information that I've seen. I haven't even watched this whole video.
You cannot push it. You cannot push it from Congress.
Get over. So that right there, the guy in the hat, rather, that is, I believe, the Newark mayor. We have a picture. We have a picture of him right here. So this is the New York mayor right there. So I assume the guy in handcuffs is the mayor of Newark. Hey, the Democrats love playing this game. They always say nobody is above the law. And now they are upset that they are getting arrested for breaking the law. They're breaking into an ICE facility or a detention facility. So that's one video. And we have also Fox News reporting on this. This is related to the same situation here. Multiple Democrats and members of Congress have broken into a ICE facility in New Jersey, and the mayor of Newark has been arrested. They waited for the buses to open the gates, and they stormed in. This is a federal crime. Arrests Representatives Menendez and Watson, too. So I guess in attendance to what was going on here were Menendez and Watson. And yeah, let's look at this.
We have some new information.
This is
from
bonkers
DHS regarding this incident that we've been watching. I know this is sort of a static shot here of these few folks on the other side of this fence, but we want to fill you in on what has been happening in Newark, New Jersey. DHS says, quote, a group of protesters, including 2 members of Congress, stormed the gate and broke into the ICE detention facility. The members, Robert Menendez Jr. and Bonnie Watson Coleman, and multiple protesters are holed up in a guard shack area, the first security checkpoint. Interim U.S. Attorney Alina Habba for the District of New Jersey posting on X that Newark's Democrat mayor, Ras Baraka, was there and, quote, committed trespass. Here he is talking about the facility earlier in the week.
We know what ICE has done in the past. We've seen them. We know how they operate. We know that they have picked people up who have not broken any laws. We know they've deported people and refused to bring them back.
So joining me now by phone, Republican New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, good to have you with us. What is your understanding of what happened here and what's going on?
Well, I don't know that any of us totally understand what happened there. It's not understandable. It's people who are supposed to be writing the laws, abiding by the laws, believe in the rule of law, and they are breaking the law. And what's really disturbing that this happened in New Jersey, in a state that is a sanctuary state declared by the governor, where we've spent money on God knows what, on clothing, housing, feeding, transporting, and everything else with illegals. Now we don't want to send those illegals back to where they belong, that have been indicted or convicted at their country of origin or in the United States. We don't need that here in America, and we don't need it here in New Jersey. These folks who were there, especially the members of Congress, and I'm always reluctant to criticize my colleagues, but this is terrible. They don't have their finger on the pulse of what real hardworking Americans are thinking. You know what, Martha? Most people right now in New Jersey are breaking their ass, trying to make a living, doing the best they can to pay their mortgage. There are very high taxes in the state of New Jersey, and they're sick and tired of this.
That's a great point. He's making a fantastic point right here. These are members of Congress that are supposed to represent United States citizens, yet they are breaking into ICE facilities, doing everything they can to help non-citizens. I mean, come on. These are representatives in the United States, and they are literally risking jail time. They're breaking literal, actual laws for illegal aliens.
Do you have any indication? We know that Alina Habba, the interim attorney of New Jersey, she says that the mayor of Newark, Baraka, committed trespass. Do you have any idea if he's in custody or he was arrested? We're trying to get some clarity on that.
I know, and to the best of my knowledge, he is not in custody. But Matt, things are breaking and changing as we speak, so I don't know that for sure. But here is someone in the executive branch of local government, a mayor of our largest city in the state of New Jersey, willing to break the law that he is supposed to have enforced. And that is such a disturbing picture. That is just unacceptable. So, and Alina Habba is doing a great job, and she's a great U.S. attorney, interim right now. I'm hopefully she will be our permanent U.S. attorney in the state of New Jersey. So she needs to do what she needs to do in order to ensure that we abide by the rule of law. This is America. We're a nation of laws, and we believe in the rule of law. And I can't tell you how profoundly disturbed I am that, there are those folks who should be actually enhancing the enforcement of the law who are purposely breaking it, making America weaker, New Jersey weaker. It's a bad thing.
Wow. Okay, so that is the situation. And, of course, we also have the view of the mayor being escorted off in handcuffs. So that's the mayor of Newark being escorted away in handcuffs for breaking the law. Like, this wasn't something that was under the radar. Like, he flagrantly broke the law and broke into this ICE facility. And now we have U.S. or New Jersey Congressman. Let me switch this view here. Robert Menendez, all upset over Mayor Ras Baraka being arrested. But hey, wait a second. I thought nobody was above the law. Remember when you guys said that ad nauseum barely a year ago? Remember that? What happened to that? So when someone breaks the law, kind of like what happened with that judge in Milwaukee who helped a criminal evade arrest from the feds, and now this mayor here, when someone breaks the law and they get arrested, why are you upset that they are actually being held to account? These aren't crimes that are really hard to figure out. Obstruction of justice. If a judge is helping a criminal escape, that's obstruction of justice. Everyone knows this. If you break into a facility, I mean, that's illegal. You deserve to be arrested. So are they now trying to argue that these people are above the law and they shouldn't be arrested for the illegal acts that they carried out? This is what he said. They put their hands on 2 members of Congress. How is this acceptable? So this is Robert Menendez not happy over this situation.
Mayor of the largest city in New Jersey, waiting for us to come back. ICE brought to meet the mayor of Newark over 20 armed individuals. 20 armed individuals to confront the mayor of Newark, along with 3 members of Congress. It was an act of intimidation. It was an act of intimidation not just to the mayor, not just to us, but to everyone watching. We know what ICE has been doing in our communities. We know that the president lied and this administration lies every day when they're saying they're going after criminals. It is not true. They feel no weight of the law. They feel no restraint on what they should be doing. And that was shown in broad daylight today when they not just arrested the mayor of Newark, but when they put their hands on 2 members of Congress who are standing behind me.
Wait, hold on a second. Did they break the law? Did they do something that was against the law? Yes, they absolutely did. You saw the video. There is no, this video does not look good for them. And now you are upset because they are actually being held to account. It is absolutely incredible how these Democrats are operating, how quickly they flip the argument to try to say that now they are above the law. They are a protected class. They were saying the opposite about Donald Trump less than a year ago.
How is this acceptable to anyone in this country? How is this acceptable? I fight along with these two incredible women every day for the people of New Jersey. We fight for the country that we should be. What we saw today is the country that we live in under Donald Trump and his Department of Homeland Security, under his ICE, does not reflect who we are as a country. It reflects everything wrong with the moment that we're in. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable and should shake every American to the core, to their core, to our collective core, that this happened today here in the city of Newark, the most inclusive city in New Jersey, with the mayor who represents the city, with the congresswoman who represents the city, and with Bonnie Watson Coleman, who's fought for the people of New Jersey her entire distinguished career. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. And it should be unacceptable to...
Yes, I do agree with him on one thing. It is unacceptable, but it is unacceptable to break into ICE facilities, not the fact that you were arrested for breaking the law. So this is kind of a new thing that just happened. I mean, this was just a few minutes ago. I do want to look. I want to see if there's anything new here. Let me refresh my Twitter page here. Let's see if there's anything new that happened, because this is very, very new. Here is Representative Mike Collins. I can't blame Robert Menendez for storming a federal detainment facility. He was just looking for his dad. That's Representative Mike Collins. Yes, with a little joke going on there. He said he was just looking for his dad. Let's see, anything new? U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alina Habba, calls into Fox News following the arrest of Newark Mayor Ras Baraka. She is not playing games. So let's take a look at this. This is something I have not seen yet.
What's happening?
Well, I can confirm, as I have publicly stated, that we have put the mayor, Ras Baraka, under arrest. It's very simple, Martha. As I've said, in the state of New Jersey, as Pam Bondi has said in the United States, we will not stand for anybody getting in the way of getting rid of criminals in this country. It's very simple. Unfortunately, the mayor has publicly for 3 days been saying that he's going to break in, eventually did break in, was given multiple opportunities to remove himself, failed to do so, and has been detained and will be charged.
And where is he being held?
I'm not going to speak to that right now. He's obviously in New Jersey.
But he's in custody.
Yes. He has been arrested and will be charged.
So the report of these individuals, and we have a live, this might be from earlier, this particular video. This is from earlier. Okay, we're going to go back to the live shot in a moment. But these two members of Congress, can you explain the description of breaking into this facility, exactly what they did?
I'm not going to speak to things that are currently obviously under investigation. I think that if you look at their Twitter, they were very public about it. Look, here's what I'll say, Martha, very generally. There is a problem in this country with breaking the law for the purpose of grandstanding and political hierarchy. That will not stand in my state. That will not stand in this country. Pam Bondi has been very clear of it. If you want to take taxpayer dollars and fly to Venezuela or wherever and meet with MS-13 gang members and use your name to encourage criminals in this country, that will not work here. It's very simple. My job as U.S. Attorney in New Jersey is to protect the New Jersey citizens, to prosecute them, and to run the feds. And that is what we're doing. And when the mayor decides to break the law, when congressmen sneak through gates, there's a problem with that. The truth of the matter is this. We have zero tolerance. As one of my very favorite attorney generals said, no one is above the law. And that is the truth. No one is above the law. But I will tell you one difference between this current administration and the DOJ is we're going to prosecute criminals that are hurting our country, hurting our states. I am very much on board with that in a very...
Okay, so Alina Habba, she is standing strong on this. So that is the latest that we have of this crazy situation where, I mean, my feed is just filled with videos of this. And I mean, the absolute banger by Mike Collins. I can't blame Robert Menendez for storming a federal detainment facility. He was just looking for his dad. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Democrat mayor of Newark, New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, arrested. And Benny Johnson posted this. He posted the actual, I guess, U.S. code that he violated here, or one of them. 18 U.S. Code 111, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees shall, where the acts in violation of this section constitute only simple assault, be fined under this title or in prison not more than 1 year or both. and where such acts involve physical contact with the victim of that assault or the intent to commit another felony, be fined under this title or in prison not more than 8 years or both. Put him in jail. Put him in jail. And Benny Johnson, he posted this. See the woman in the red jacket in that video? That's Democrat Representative LaMonica McIver. So, okay, so he's arguing that right here. That's Democrat Representative LaMonica McIver. So he's arguing that she actually did this assaulting and resisting or impeding certain officers or employees. He says she broke into a New Jersey ICE facility and assaulted multiple law enforcement officers, violating federal law under 18 U.S. Code 111. Expel her from Congress. So that's, I mean, it's right there in front of you. That's what she did. Look.
Okay, that video is actually a pretty long video, so I'm going to go ahead and stop it there, but the link is in the chat if you want to go watch the rest of it on your own. But yeah, I think that one really covers a lot of that situation. It's just crazy. You know what it reminded me of, V? Because I always say V because you're in my area, but when Shawana Savant, or however you say her name, I can't say her name, but when she, when she had a key, but she wasn't allowed to go into a federal building, and she let a lot of the protesters in during like the BLM, Summer of Love, and all of that. And there were no charges filed against her or anything. It was like all swept under the rug. It was crazy. But they were breaking, and it was deemed breaking into a federal building, but she had a key, so I guess it didn't matter. She was letting everybody in she wasn't supposed to. It's nuts.
Thank you for sharing that. That clarified.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, and Lisa shared a video in the chat of if we can pull that one up next, Brand, that is of the statue in New York. And so we'll pull
That
that up here in just
interaction,
a
it could,
second.
I don't know, it could be viewed several different ways of what just happened with that mayor and stuff.
Mhm.
And like Wingnut said, it all depends on the intent. I'm not so quick to judge or crucify anyone because really, from what I heard, from what I seen in the video, the people that arrested them, they couldn't even really classify. And if it's something as a simple trespass or anything like that, I mean, that's not really a simple offense. Just because someone breaks a law, that doesn't mean there's tons of ridiculous laws that are just nonsense. There's plenty of
Well,
them
I
that I
think they
probably
said though, Watt, that it was a federal offense because it was a federal building. So breaking and entering into the federal building is a
so
federal offense.
it's just it's still I still question that. I mean, do you
Mhm.
get more time from breaking in a millionaire's home than breaking into my home?
Right. Yeah,
It's
I see what you're
federal,
saying.
and I understand. You know, federal has, I guess, there's certain jurisdictions, but even that one clip they showed of the mayor, you know, I don't know the intent or what all he had planned, but he said, you know, they just wanted some accountability. They wanted to see, because I mean, I believe in the whole hype of, you know, bad people getting arrested and good people who get caught up too. You know.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's just a lot more facts that need to come out on something like that. You just never know.
Right. Well, it did just happen, so hopefully more will come to light, you know? And you're right. It's good to take a step back and try to kind of take a beat before we, you
Yeah.
know, before we have all the information. Really quickly, I want to say thank you to John for the super chat. He says, arrest global child ring. And there's a link to 764 arrested and charged operating the global child exploitation enterprise. I will definitely be checking that out later. Thank you, John. Appreciate the wisdom you drop in the link. And thank you for the
Definitely.
donation. Tate sent a super chat. Thank you very much, Tate. Appreciate you. And Snook said, help get Indy to her goal of 10. She'll only need 2 more now. Thanks. Woot. Thank you, Snooks.
Sweet.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, everybody. And I will get that wheel of names up here and go in here pretty soon. See who gets an emoji next week. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and pull up this video. This is the statue we were talking about, but I haven't seen this yet, so I'm curious to see what it looks like. Thank
I
you,
didn't
Lisa,
even
for
know
the
this
link.
was a real thing. I thought the statue was like a meme somebody made.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it at all, I don't think. All right, here
No,
we go.
no, it's a real thing. But do you think it's going to get yanked down like all these other statues from the old past? Yeah, I'm just waiting for a damn big four-wheel drive truck to get a whole chain hooked to it.
The article I read said it was only supposed to stand until June something.
So it's more of like an art installation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go ahead and play.
Democrats have been on a statue jihad since the summer of love. Christopher Columbus, Teddy Roosevelt, George Washington, even Honest Abe, even Frederick Douglass all got torn down. Statues are important. They tell the American story. But the left wants to desecrate and forget our heroes and erect their own statues. In Times Square, a giant statue of a black woman just went up. And when I heard about the statue, I was open-minded. American heroes come in all shapes and sizes. Who is this woman? What did she do to get a statue? A nice one, too. Nothing. This isn't a real person. It's a DEI statue. The sculptor says she's a fictional character who's meant to contrast the statues of white men in Times Square, like Father Duffy, a World War I hero who actually accomplished something. The artist calls this fake lady a modern-day David. The contrapposto pose of her body and the ease of her stance is a subtle nod to Michelangelo's David. David was a celebration of the human form. Not sure what this statue is celebrating. If you were going to put up a fake statue, why not make her happy and healthy? Not slap a big scowl on her face and her hands on her hips. This is what they want us to aspire to be? If you work hard, you can be overweight and anonymous? They don't like real statues because it reminds them of our society's merit-based system. They want a society based on equity, where achievement isn't celebrated, equal outcomes are. So they celebrate mediocrity instead of triumph. Our nation has hundreds of statues honoring Black Americans, as we should. Harriet Tubman, Duke Ellington, Jackie Robinson, Rosa Parks. We could go on and on and on. But they've built a statue in Times Square. They could have done it for Michelle Obama or Kamala Harris or Oprah Winfrey. Usually you have to earn a statue. I'd give one to Jalen Brunson. He's carrying the Knicks on his back. Anyone but a fake lady. So what does New York think about the DEI statue?
Do you know who this woman is?
No. I have no idea, no.
Nope. I have no idea, no.
No, I do not. Do you have any idea of maybe something that she accomplished that got her a statue?
Something with equal rights? I don't know.
Something to do with like the Black community.
Part of the BLM movement? What if I told you she accomplished nothing? Really? It's supposed to embody everybody. Does that make sense to you? No.
I think I feel totally represented by that.
You do?
No.
I feel like it's a good representation for New York, especially because it's towards the BBW women and a lot
I'm sorry,
of people.
what's BBW?
Big black, like the big black woman.
What do you think about her pose? Is that a good pose?
No, I don't think she's happy to be here.
People are comparing it to Michelangelo's David. How do you think it stacks up?
She's wearing more clothes.
She's not naked. No.
Would it be better if she were?
That's a tough question.
Who do you think she voted for?
I would say Trump.
I think she voted for Trump.
Probably Kamala.
Why do you think that?
Black Lives Matter.
Probably didn't vote
Why?
because she's stuck here the whole day. She couldn't get to the polls.
How does she make you feel?
Like a baddie.
What a beautiful piece, standing in the middle of Times Square. What a beautiful time.
Jimmy Fail is the host of Fox News Saturday Night.
There it is.
Have you checked this statue out?
I have watched it. It is not quite Michelangelo's David. It's more like Michelangelo's Lizzo, if we're going to be honest. And when I say Michelangelo, I mean the migrant dressed as the Ninja Turtle, Michelangelo.
Oh, that Michelangelo.
That's hanging out in Times Square.
The one that my son plays with.
Amen. Everything wrong with liberals is they're into slacktivism over activism, meaning this is supposed to be outreach to the minority community, changing a statue. But you don't improve test scores or lower crime by changing what a pigeon goes potty on in the park. Because that's ultimately what a statue, that's its impact on society, is it's a restroom for things that fly. But you understand, it's called, I love this, I looked at the placard, it's called Grounded in the Stars. That's what this is supposed to mean.
What does that mean?
Well, it's a fancy way of saying you're grounded in weed and bum pee, because what is in Times Square right now? And if you wanted to make a statue that memorialized the women of Times Square, it would be a hooker with an Adam's apple. Let's be honest. This is embarrassing.
It's insulting because
Of
there's
course
so
it
many
is.
other great statues you could put up: black, white, skinny, obese. It doesn't matter. It's about the accomplishment, not what they look like. It's just an identity politics statue.
It's total scam. Think about this. D.C. has a statue of Marion Barry. He was elected mayor twice. Now, the statue does have a crack in it. Hey, there it is. And you know how you mentioned maybe we should make one for Michelle Obama? That is actually a no, because she would complain forever. Would you want to be that sculptor? Yo, she is the Meghan Markle of politics. She complained about everything. But the point is, there are people to honor, and there's really one point. When you tear down statues, what people don't get is, yes, those folks didn't share our values. But the reason our values evolved is because of those folks. They were the best people in the world at the time who moved the ball forward on behalf of this country. That's why it's a scam. What did she move forward besides a rolling pin on a pie she was making?
Are you sure this isn't Tish James?
No. You want to know
sure?
why? Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because she would have been devaluing the value of the statue, saying it was only worth $4 million and it was probably worth 12.
All right, one day we're going to have a statue of Jimmy in Times Square.
It's going to be hot.
And I'm going to topple it.
Good for you.
And it's going to be hard.
I love it.
I love it. All right, Ellen, click here.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if it's an art installation, I don't understand why the big focus. It seems like a little bit like a people are reaching for something to criticize, but I also understand with all of the statues that have been taken down, you know, that are historic and have so much significance, why so many people are upset, you know? And I think most of us know that is kind of a communist push to have art that's more meaningless. You know, I don't have an issue with all different people of different sizes, colors, races, whatever being represented. I think that's a good thing, especially in art. But yeah, I don't know. I think the way this was framed probably made it a bigger deal than it actually
It's
is.
definitely how you frame the art. It's like the artist that had the banana that was duct taped to a canvas and it sold for millions of dollars, you know?
Right. Yeah.
That's
I think so
insane.
much of that is actually money laundering, though. I really
Oh,
do.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, people grifting and making a quick buck off other people's ignorance. I don't know.
So, how did they get that it's DEI related?
Right. That's what I wasn't sure either, because I don't know if they're just saying it's DEI because it's someone who is diverse, you know, and then I think that's kind of a stretch. Like, everyone should be represented in art, is my opinion. But, you know, I don't think there's a problem with that. It's definitely not as bad as some of the other things I've seen. You know, there's some like really satanic things that are out there that
Right,
are really
nobody's
dark.
reached out to the artist or anything to get their take on what they thought it would be, you know?
Right.
Or unless they're anonymous, I don't know.
Yeah, at least it's a human person and not like you know what I mean? To me, it didn't seem like they were trying to frame the statue as being of someone significant. It was just supposed to be a picture of someone that was relatable, which, you know, people can relate to all different kinds of people. So I don't think there's a big problem with it. I think there's been a lot of art that's out there that's really abstract and just kind of, you know, much more meaningless than that, you know?
Okay, let me ask you guys. What message do you see when you look at that?
I wonder how long it took for them to make it. I don't know.
I just see a proud woman standing there looking. I mean, she's dressed like any of us would dress. I don't get it.
Didn't seem demonic or
I
anything.
agree, Cheryl. It needs more of an explanation.
Yeah.
And like Watt said, I'd love to hear what the artist, you know, what the intentions were from the artist.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's all
how you're interpreted. Yeah.
Well, that's an individual thing. An interpretation of the art anyway. So, what would be your interpretation of what the message that was trying to be exposed?
Well, if I wasn't watching it, you know, like I said, I hadn't seen it until this. So if I wasn't trying to take it into consideration how it was framed. Hold on, Renette. I'm trying to answer.
Sorry.
If I'm not taking into consideration the frame of, you know, how it was framed in this video, like Bonnie said, I would just see it as a strong woman that's standing there. I mean, I don't, yes, she's on the plus size. I don't have an issue with people who are plus size being represented in art. Or isn't like America the
Yeah.
most obese country in the world? Like, why should the
Yes.
vast majority
I
of people
embrace
who are
my big
overweight not be
bonedness.
represented in art? And she's not doing anything inappropriate. It's not like it's offensive. There's nothing, I don't see anything wrong with it. I
Okay.
think it's, like I said, I think it's a lot better than a lot of the art I've seen that's just junk, that's just abstract crap, garbage that's made into something they call art. And that is, cities pay millions of dollars for it to have installed permanently. I mean, I've seen way worse, I think, depictions of what's called art
For
than
sure.
that,
Right.
I guess I just don't see what the big issue is. No pun
And
intended.
everyone knows who she is. Is that?
Well, no. I mean, people were saying it was supposed to be Letitia James, but I don't think that's true. People are just saying it looks like her, and I don't know. Really, I couldn't tell you, but I don't think it was supposed to be of any one person. It sounds like it was supposed to be just, not anyone who was famous, or is known.
AI generated sculpture. But I don't know who made the comparison to the new David. That was kind of weird how they threw that in there. I don't know.
Yeah, JM, I like how you said that. JM said, I don't see how it can represent diversity since there is only one person. To me, diversity means there should be a wide variety of people. Right. And I think that I had even said it that way. And you're right. It's not diversity. I think, honestly, I mean, I'll just say it. I think when people think of diversity, equity, and inclusion, often they're talking about Black people or people of color. So when I think somehow the people who made this video have put it in that framework, but to me, that's not how I would have taken it if I had just seen this video. I mean, seen the statue on my own. I wouldn't have thought of it that way. No, John, that's what some people are saying, but I don't think it was intended to be of her. But maybe it was. I would love to hear from that artist. I hope more comes out about that.
Sure.
If anybody
Yeah.
does find information about that, send it my way. My email's in each stream description and in the channel description, because I would like to, if that, or maybe I'll look into it myself. But yeah, just seeing what it is.
Like, even in my area, like I'm pretty sure a lot of other people's areas, there's a lot of statues here. I mean, statues that have been here for a while that tell different parts of history, from the Revolutionary War to the Civil War to different times, I know there was some fuss at one time. They wanted to take certain ones down, but it never got any more than just a fuss. But I mean, it's just history,
Dude, there was there was people actually trying to take
Right, Growl.
like
I'm not into a lot of that.
the Civil War, the rebel flag, whatever you want to call it, on the gravestones around here. All right, people that put the little flags and stuff on the gravestones,
Yeah.
so you can. Well, people were going around and making some of those like a TikTok video, but they were going around like just showing themselves like snagging them up. Dude, I'm telling you, people get their ass kicked for doing shit like that.
Yeah. I'm not going to
tell you,
deface something no matter what, if I don't agree with it or not,
I mean,
I can't get that mad over an object, especially not a grave marker. You know what I mean? If this
Right.
person
Yeah.
felt comfortable enough to put
Yep.
this on their tombstone, who am I to judge,
Yep.
There's something like that here, a Civil War, pretty much cemetery, and there's some out there that's just, they've got the flags like draped over stuff. It's carved in stone. It's pretty cool.
I mean, to me, this doesn't seem abstract, Grell, because when I think of abstract, I think of, without form, or like, more, not something easily
Yeah.
identifiable. This is very identifiable. It's what it is. The meaning behind it, maybe like all art, it has to make you think about it in order for you to figure out what it's about.
Sometimes they do that just to get a buzz, just to get talked about, just to see what the public will see. Because you could put something just as simple as any object out there, and everybody will have a different viewpoint on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, and a lot of times, we were saying maybe the artist will tell us and we'll be able to figure it out, but a lot of times the artist won't say. I mean, even if you look at like musicians, a lot of the musicians won't necessarily pinpoint exactly what a song is about sometimes because they want the person listening to be able to interpret it in their own way.
Hey, they got us talking about art. That ain't
Right.
bad.
Yeah.
Well, and
But
look at that artist that did the gold statue with the braids on top of the building. They didn't, to me, they didn't describe it as what we were seeing. They're making it sound all innocent.
Yeah.
yeah. There we go. Brand so on top of things. Thank you. Brand says Price created the statue, or he's quoting. Price created the statue to challenge traditional notions of monumentality and representation, contrasting it with the two permanent statues in Duffy Square of white men, Father Francis Duffy, a decorated World War I chaplain, and George M. Cohen, a Broadway pioneer. Okay, well, that puts it into a little bit more perspective, I think, than the video even did. So it is more directly intended to replace the statues of people who had, significant roles. And that, I can see why that makes it more controversial, especially to the people in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody brought up earlier Hunter's paintings. I think those were absolutely money trafficking.
Remember when they had the portal in Times Square?
Right, MB? The
I think it was,
portal?
yeah, remember they had, I think it was in Times Square. It was the viewing portal, and I forget, I think it was in
Oh,
Ireland or somewhere that you could
Yeah,
view it
too.
somewhere else, and I think they had to take it down.
I think it was
Yeah,
Dublin.
it went
Being-
between a few cities. Hmm.
but I remember seeing
I wonder if that was like around the same location. You know,
Hmm.
sometimes they do those little, I don't know, like a traveling art exhibit or stuff like that. I don't know.
Okay, here's another quote from Growl. I'm sure quoting some source says 12-foot bronze statue of woman in Times Square challenges who should be rendered immortal.
Well put.
Is that just somebody else's commentary about it, Growl? Or was that like something that the artist put with the information or the title? I'm curious. But yeah,
A lot of times they have like a plaque or something, with that type of stuff. I don't know, maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah, that is true.
What does that mean though, Mary? The first arrest. There's arrests all the time, no? I don't know why you want that to be your statue.
They'll build it.
Right? Just a sassy black woman in bronze, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do, like I said, I do understand like the push from cultural Marxism to, get rid of meaningful art. I just don't think that is an example so much to me of something that can't be meaningful. I think there's, like I said, a lot more junk art that's out there that's not even appealing to look at, that's just there and has no, doesn't seem to me at least to have any sort of relevance. A
I was
person
under
of
the
any kind
assumption
being
BBW
represented to
meant
me
big
has
boned
significance.
woman.
Say that again, what?
I was under the assumption that BBW meant big boned woman.
Right.
Right.
I guess not.
Thanks for coming up, Growl.
I personally now.
Hey y'all, how's everybody doing?
What's going on?
Good.
I was just saying, I personally, when it comes down to city type, landscape, like an urban area like that, I think art should have a functional use to it. Kind of like, like the old gargoyles were actually part of the
No way.
I know. I
think that's awesome, but
I love the way this man thinks. I came
Hold
up
on.
because you brought that up, Indy. Why is a bronze statue art? And you said like I don't want to put words in your mouth. I came up for one reason. Brutalism, brutalist architecture, like skyscrapers and buildings with a million windows that confuse the mind. this bronze statue is way more beautiful than a new skyscraper. Discuss amongst yourselves.
Well, like I said, I think any human being represented is more beautiful than crap, that in my opinion. So yeah, I can see the beauty in any person as opposed to just junk art that I've seen out there. And I've seen a lot. If you look around Seattle, there's a ton of just junky art.
Well, so plop art, the term I brought up, plop art, is
Right.
a real thing.
Yes.
There's
Or they knock
the
over
bean.
boxes of
Well, let me give
sand
you an
and
example. No. Let me give you examples. The bean in Chicago, that chrome bean.
Yes.
What's it for? Why is it pretty?
Right.
Why,
I mean,
why
at least
is
it's
that,
interesting to look at.
Isn't a bronze statue of a sassy black woman?
Well, I think I would consider that more abstract art. Like I don't think this is abstract art. That's what I was saying. But I do believe
And
it's
you can cut
abstract.
me off. I came up because it's like, well, what's pretty? That's the study of art. That's like eventually my degree got to critical theory. So you guys have heard of critical race theory, but it's all a part of that liberal arts degree. We were discussing like, why are things pretty? Like, why Andy Warhol? You guys have all heard that name, right? Andy Warhol. Yeah. Okay. Why the hell is a picture of a Campbell soup can attractive?
Just as that iconic imagery, generations ate on it.
There's no
Right. I was
right.
gonna
There's
say,
no
I think
right
it's not.
answer.
I wouldn't. Hold on.
There's
I
no
don't
right
think.
answer.
Hold
is
on,
all.
Growl. Hold on a second. I don't think that art needs to be necessarily pretty either, though. Like I think there's, like you were saying, I think there's some significance in something like that. It's not a piece of art that I would have up in my home, but I think that there's something that's significant because it's something so relatable and iconic. So I wouldn't say it's pretty, but I could see why someone would want to have it and to appreciate. Really quickly though, I want to go back to this comment from Brand. He said, so according to the artist who put it up, Price, it's pretty explicitly a DEI socialist message intended. And that actually makes me feel better that was kind of the focus then of that video. If that was, something that was intended by the artist. I mean, I guess to me, it doesn't really make it any better or worse. I think that when you're looking at the if you're intentionally looking at the difference between that and the significance of historical statues of people who were famous because of the deeds that they did, then I can see how it's offensive. Yes. But otherwise, to me, that's not an offensive piece of art.
If I paint the picture before you see it, does it take away from you seeing the picture for the first time? If somebody paints an image for you, does it alter your view on how you see that image when you see it?
But what? See, like I consider painting. So high art, fine art is considered sculpture, illustration, painting.
Oh yeah.
That chrome bean in Chicago in art is considered kitsch and plop art. Like, oh, neat, right?
DEI
stands,
DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion, Cheryl, and that's a big push right now in education and in businesses and things like that, to what they say is diversify the workforce or diversify the curriculum, things like that. So, but a lot of people think that it's really just a Marxist push.
It's the same concept as affirmative action.
Right, like affirmative action. And go ahead, Bonnie.
Sorry, that's what I was going to ask. Okay, so if it's the lady,
right, Al,
at a BLM, whatever it was, didn't she get in trouble though? Didn't she get for misusing money or something?
Yes.
So,
oh yeah,
that would make the question if she's a criminal, why they would do that.
Well, as from what others have shared that the artist has said, I don't think that it's supposed to be of her. People are saying that statue looked like her, but the point was that it's not of any one particular person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, would they not make a statue of someone? I mean, we had George Floyd statues, so.
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking, it's like next thing you know, the statues to be so easy to make. They can use it like a 3D printer,
I have
and
a
they
three. Yep.
and they can just sit there and do some kind of like computer CGI, like computer image, like a AI created image of somebody that's totally made
Yeah,
up,
thank you, JM.
and then just printed out. And next thing you
Good to
know,
see you, Steve.
but okay, now let me ask you: does it make you feel better if that statue is permanent or just temporary, and then they'll probably put something else there later?
It will only be
Well,
temporary. It's going
permanent
to be put
anyway.
in a museum. This is now again the fact that we're discussing it makes it art. You have to realize that like now it is an art, right? Like there are a million bands that sing songs. There are a million people who draw on paper. The fact that you are discussing it and what it means to you in Indy, like you said,
Good to see
most
Navy Vet.
artists don't want you to know what it means. Like it's an expression of them, and other people react to it. And there's a weird, trippy thing that life imitates art and art imitates life. Like we're trapped in a loop. Like,
well,
you can't make something that people won't understand, like because the thing you made was based on our collective understanding, right? Like it's like we can't teach AI. We can't teach AI something we don't know. Yeah.
No. Okay. Honestly, I'll tell you this. In my opinion, I think honestly, that bronze
see you, Cherry.
could have been used for something better. I think it was a waste of
Hell
bronze.
yeah! Now we're talking practical. Yeah, but it's art, man. We like art. I like movies. I like pictures. Yeah.
All right, all right. There's okay. Art is totally subjective as far as what you see in it. My problem is the hypocrisy of, well, we're going to take down certain art because what we think the artist was saying, we think is maybe bad. All right. I mean, even like Laura Ingalls Wilder, the writer, the Little House on the Prairie, got taken down because a few derogatory terms that were contextually relevant during the time the book was written were now interpreted in today's time, and now we got to take this down. There were several Confederate statues taken down. There were several. So we're talking about art that I see a hypocrisy here as far as what is
it's art.
what
It's
is,
a trippy. It's a heady
okay.
thing.
So what is the
Everything is
excuse
heady.
then for destroying it?
Isn't there kind of art in like that?
No. There's no.
Sorry,
That's
I'm
why I
muted.
asked.
V,
That's why I
V,
asked
hold on.
about the
Hold on a
message.
second, Wingnet. V, will you finish the thought you were trying to say before you got interrupted? Because I didn't hear the end of what you said. Let's
So
take
the
turns, you guys.
hypocrisy of destroying art because we interpret, we place value in today's terms of what was contextually relevant when the art was created is where the hypocrisy is to me. So this might be a lovely piece, but watch, somebody will go fuck it up because they don't like what it might represent DEI, so let's destroy it. Or there could be a what do they call it, like an interpretive art thing in some building at the front of it. It's like a fountain made of a bunch of geometrical shapes, and people are like, oh, that's got to be the cube of Saturn, we got to destroy it. Or like, where do we give it allowance, and then where do we say it's okay to just make it
Right. Yeah. I was going to say that earlier, Wingnet, when you brought up the gargoyles and art being functional, but I didn't get to get it out. I don't think that art has to be functional at all. I think the function, if you want to think of it that way, of art can just be to make you think or to evoke an emotion or to have conversations like this. I don't think it has to be physically functional.
Well, okay. Why I was going there? It's like in an urban landscape like that.
Good to see you, OJ.
Honestly, it's a waste of space, in my opinion. It's like, because I mean, honestly, I don't really understand the message.
But does that mean it has to be destroyed? If you don't feel
no,
something,
I'm saying it's like, oh, I hope it ain't permanent, because this would be something sucked, 30 years down the road, and still that thing's still standing there. You know what I mean? It's just that I don't really see the
Awesome,
point.
CJ.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If it's just like an art exhibit, you know what I mean? So, because I mean, this is not like Lincoln or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever. So,
Lauren, good to see you.
Right. And it's only there for a month.
Right. Totally a man. Sorry.
I mean, I remember when I was in New York, I saw an art installation in Times Square that was called The Gates. And it was just this huge, I've actually seen it was in different places throughout the country. This was back in like, I don't even know, 2004, 2005. But it was just these like orange sheets of material that were like in these, kind of upside down U shaped structures that were spread all throughout Central Park. And there was no, it was very abstract. There wasn't a lot of significance that I got from it, but many people did. You know what I mean? And that's the thing about art, is that it is subjective. And, maybe somebody who's going to pay millions of dollars for Hunter Biden's art actually appreciates the art. But I don't know.
What's anything worth? It's the price someone's willing to pay.
Right.
I could paint a painting and say it's worth $2 million, and people are like, you're crazy. And then the first time someone gives me $2 million for it, well, told you it was worth $2 million.
Right, Jerry. Art touches your soul, and maybe it doesn't touch everybody's souls in the same way, and maybe it doesn't touch some people's souls at all. But if it does, then it's worth something.
I mean, I agree, because I mean, I know people that they would consider like a Barbie doll or like some kind of a doll nailed to a piece of 2x4 as art. You know what I mean? So,
How much you think I could sell that for?
A lot. Did y'all see that? The dude that duct taped a banana to the wall and it sold for ridiculous amount of money. There's art, and then there's money laundering, and then they're selling your soul for some message that's
art has to have a story. If you don't have a story to go with that Barbie doll nailed to a post, it probably won't be valued.
I can think of a whole backstory, the whole backstory of the thing.
But it's about how you sell that story too. I mean, that's why most artists are starving until they die, because they can continue to make art until they pass. And that increases the value, and then it's up to the people. I only say this from experience.
Well, somebody brought up the money laundering thing, and let's remove that.
It could be money laundering too. I'm not like opposed to that idea.
Well, hold on 1 second about that. Somebody mentioned it's made of bronze, and the value of bronze right now. It does make me wonder, is this something that was commissioned, or is this something that the artist created and then it was purchased? You know what I mean? Because I do think there's a difference sometimes. And then also, hold on. Also, I want to read this quote from Amanda in the chat. She says, "A lot of art is unable to be made sense of. This piece, though, and its political stance, agree with it or not, is relevant to where we're at as a society." And I think the fact that it's evoked this much conversation means that there could be some significance to it.
Yeah,
I agree.
That right there, right on the nose.
Yep.
Agree or disagree, understand it, like it, or whatnot, whether it was commissioned, whether it does not matter, because what you just said
does matter. And the last hill I'll die on for art, because I don't care. I love the music you guys play. Y'all are nice people. Like, art is art. Right?
Art is art. Yeah.
But having done the dumb thing and gotten an art degree, the last grenade is we go through movements of secular art, which is without religion, and then we go through movements of very secular art. And the Medici family they pumped the world full of images of heaven, and how do they know what heaven looks like? You see what I'm saying? Getting really artsy on you, but commissioned art is a weird thing. And so yes, this was a statue that was definitely commissioned to invoke.
What's the difference between commissioned art and propaganda, right?
But there's a grown jelly bean and people get feelings about it. So art is art. Yeah.
I hear that. And you're right about the Medicis.
Well, that's why when Bonnie said intent, I agree with that. That's what's up. Intent. Was this commissioned to
Right, Brian.
spread a thought out as propaganda? Because true art to me is a soul expression. You're not
Yes.
a true artist is
Agreed,
not a
Carol.
sellout. That's the whole point of the word sellout, right? Like,
But also
no
artists
one's
have
going
to
to
eat.
come to you and be like, hey, you got to be this sellout. Even Da Vinci, who was connected to a lot of people, or Michelangelo, right? If you look deep into what they did, they still expressed their messages from their soul and their beliefs in there, and it affects us to this day. So there's like a difference there between
Was the Celestine Chapel not
blossoming your
commissioned?
soul. They were commissioned, but I'm saying they still blossomed their soul in it. They were a genius in that form. But does some of them just sell out because they know how to use certain forms and do certain techniques, and they're like, yeah, you can buy my skill and I will put out your message. Like, I mean, it's a very fine line. It's a fine line.
So pure technicalities, was it not a really gorgeous, anatomically correct, minus the Cookie Monster pajama pants?
And
Bronze statue. It was
McDonald's
perfect.
I mean, it's not easy to work with bronze,
I've
right?
seen that lady at Walmart. I've seen her going,
Miss you, Andrew.
Amen.
Thanks for coming in.
Something else to create division.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point. I think a lot of us believe in DEI in general. So, in a way, she captured it perfectly, you know, if that's the case.
Well,
it would be funny though to see her in a Walmart T-shirt.
Right, shadow work, exactly.
anybody that makes content or nonsense, I challenge you to go out and make a video or a short of something that you consider art in your local area, statue, whatever. Just make a short or a video of it, upload it.
Ooh.
Oh
There's
shit!
one
I gotta
in
think
my
about
town.
that.
I've got a piece of
Mhm.
a couple pieces of art that I'm willing to share. And
I'd love to see it.
you can't hurt my dad's feelings because he's dead. So, but yeah, I have it shared in the background. If Indy feels like pulling it, I don't
Oh,
know if
yeah.
it's
Okay, let me pull it
appropriate
up.
for the
Sorry, I didn't
business.
see it.
It's
Yeah, no,
okay.
go for it. Go for
Okay,
it.
so I don't know. Can I? It zooms in and out when I
If
do
you
that, right?
zoom in, if you
Okay.
zoom in on yours, it should zoom in on this one. Yes.
So, the dude in the middle, the self-portrait, that is a cyanotype photography piece that my dad did, a self-portrait of himself. And then you
Nice.
see the series of the trees where there's obviously varying degrees of abstract. This is my living room.
Oh no, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and then this is the piece that he did. It's kind of a funny angle. You can't really see it, but this is
I
his
see the people.
unfinished piece, and you kind of see them holding their hands up to the side of their face, which you don't see very well in this picture, and I apologize for that, is that they're both holding cell phones. And so he was working on just a piece kind of expressing the disconnect of two people standing next to each other, but like with their backs turned, but like talking on the phone to
Oh wow,
others.
that's a nice piece.
Anyway, so this is my idea of art. This piece over here with the green tree my grandma did, his mother, I think. Wait, no, that's his. He did that in 78. Just
Good
kidding.
to see you, Sip. Oh, that's beautiful.
Beautiful.
it's derivative of his grandmother. He just told us. No, just method.
Well,
Again,
no,
there's
okay, no, but
nothing to
she
do
does.
with an art degree, but critique art. It's a lovely derivative.
It is. Well, and if actually, what's funny, the reason why I got it confused is because I have it hanging next to a piece that my grandma did do of a tree, and it is they are very similar back in those days. The ones of these other trees, the series that you see there is
The whole room is pretty. Check it out. You go from blue, of dead trees to a fake ficus, I imagine, behind the
Yes,
easel.
I have a brown
to
thumb.
flowers to a memento mori right there, and then to a living tree, right?
Thank
The
you.
whole composition is intriguing. Put this up in Times Square.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Brilliant.
I couldn't interior decorate it if it wasn't for the fact that, I have artists in the family. But like he made, can you see this right here with the little drawers? He made that. Those wooden flowers were actually the flowers that I did at his memorial.
See, I even call it. I didn't. It's a memento mori. You know what that is?
Yes, I do. I do.
And this is beautiful.
And then
This
this radio, I actually had to auction it off because cash is short, and he left me a lot of
It was
antiques.
an awesome radio. I noticed it right away. I love that.
It is. Yes.
It worked. It worked. He would restore clocks and clock radios. I actually have like 3 televisions that work that you could like plug your iPhone into. And I watched Miracle on 34th Street on a 1932 Zenith, like with the round screen, and then like this American Heritage magazine that you kind of see off to the side. And this piece of furniture he actually restored too. My dad was an artist through and through, but that's an antique man.
Look how composed that is. Look how composed your memento mori is. It really is. It's beautiful.
I've shifted things
that is
around
really
a little
amazing.
bit, but yeah, that was one of my favorite. My fake vine, and then my I think those are the round things are like placemats or something. But yeah. Well, thank you.
It looks great.
So anyway,
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that, Carrie.
I just thought maybe a palate cleanser.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I love it.
Well done.
Well played.
Right?
Yeah.
It is just about that time to kind of shift gears into music. But we have a little bit of time. If you guys have any final thoughts you want to go around on panel and sort of share out, and that'll give me a chance to send some links to Bran also. And you're more than welcome to stay up for the music part too. But I do want to have some room for some musicians if they choose to come up. But usually that takes a little bit to get people up here. But any final thoughts on any of these topics we've been talking about tonight?
I love it. I like
Here, this one is apropos. This is my final thought. I won't say, I'll just share.
Ooh, I like that. We on that? The Flight of Icarus.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
in a
that
modern
is-
city.
Mm-hmm.
That's Detroit. Behind Icarus there.
Mm.
It's a 72 by 96 inch oil on canvas.
Wow.
I added the tag thing there. That I've just, but I don't remember who has the original, but I have a couple posters that he printed of it.
That's really beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. Any we can leave that up for a minute. Oh, I guess
Oh.
not.
Oh, I
That's
can,
okay.
I hit the wrong
It's
button.
all right.
Here, I'll share it. I'll share it again. It's
I
fine.
just thought we could leave it up. But actually, let's go ahead and leave it like this so people can see people's names, because I know I'm always highlighting comments and everybody doesn't get a chance to see who everybody is. I don't show names enough probably. But yeah, anybody have anything they want to say more about any of these topics we've talked about tonight, or something else that's on your mind before we switch gears?
I think maybe, like patients, I see a lot of folks stressed out about every possible move that might happen, and just don't let it kick your ass. We're going to be okay. We'll be all right.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody calm down.
Amen.
Calm down, right?
Calm down. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I think we try to, bring that up at least once a stream. We need to keep enjoying the blessings we have in our lives and the positive things in our lives and the loved ones we have in our lives. and not let the truths that we seek be too much of a burden on us that we can't enjoy what we have.
Yep. It's
kind
a
of
lot of information, and
Mm-hmm.
it's but at the same time, like you said, just keep on. It's Mother's Day weekend.
Yes.
If you have any mothers in your family, neighbors, whatever, give them a little treat.
Right. Make sure they know they're loved and appreciated. Well said.
Well, yeah, I got my brother sent like a package. I'm not supposed to open until Mother's Day for some reason. I don't know why I got a package, but yeah, I got it sitting over here just unopened, and he's supposed to call me on Mother's Day, and then I open it right then and there. So it's a big surprise. I mean, I'm sitting there shaking. I'm like, what the fuck is this thing?
Feel like a kid on Christmas.
I
You
do.
know what I
I'm
mean?
like, I want to act like I was back when I was a kid, but I'm gonna let it go. I'll wait. It's not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's interesting too. So you say, so
Yeah.
you have to be grateful for what you really got, but I don't look at it as a
I'll tell you in a
doomsday
minute,
type of
Shadow.
thing anyway, it's more like seeing the forest through the trees. You gotta see the forest through the trees, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Really quickly, shadow work. The backstage speakeasies are every Sunday or almost every Sunday. They usually start at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, and it'll look like I'm going live, but that's the false front. That's why it's like the speakeasy. You have to click on the link that's pinned, just like you would to come up live on panel here. But it'll look like this, but it'll be backstage, so it won't be live. It won't be on YouTube, and that way we're able to watch things that we can't watch on YouTube and talk about things we can't talk about on YouTube. And it's a little more limited. I think we can have 15 back there, and that's the most we ever have had. But people kind of rotate in and out, and sometimes we watch documentaries, we've watched concerts, we've watched political films, we watch a lot of just movies, and we kind of look at the symbolism in them and talk about what we see in them now as opposed to what we saw in them maybe the first time we watched them. And then we have a lot of great conversation. Sometimes we watch 2 movies, but a lot of times the second one gets bumped because we're busy talking. So, and there's some people that come back there that don't normally come up on live stream. So it's a really good way to get to know people better. Okay. Any other final thoughts before we get into music?
I guess it was kind of a good segue. Started talking about art and kind of went right into the music, but
Right.
just be the change you wish to see in the world. That's all I can say.
I like
I appreciate you having me up, and I appreciate everybody here.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate all of you guys being here and being part of the conversation. And to those of you who come up on panel, sometimes it's a little daunting to put all of our thoughts and, our opinions about controversial things out on YouTube. And I know most of you have your own channels and do that anyway, which I appreciate too. But thank you for coming and being a part of mine. And thanks to everybody out in the chat for being a part of the conversation as well. It would be pretty boring without all of you here.
Happy
Yeah.
Mother's Day weekend to all the mothers out there.
Yeah. Thank you.
For sure.
Right, Snooks? Well said.
You gotta love your mama.
Yeah, make sure your loved ones, moms and pseudo moms, and those who have fulfilled mom roles, know how much they're cared for. Thanks, Anti and Snooks.
Well, you have a
I
good
heard there
night,
was a
Indy.
shortage, Dee.
I'm gonna wander around YouTube.
All right, maybe we'll see you back in here if you find your way back for some music.
All right, man. Yeah.
All
I'll see
right.
you guys.
Yeah. Okay. This first song that I'm pulling up, I thought was sort of a good segue song. I have played this song before. But really closely, or really, really closely, really quickly. CT, welcome up. Thanks
Howdy.
for coming up here. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm on number 3 now.
Yes, I saw for your channels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry you lost another one.
I'm pretty sure it was something I said in comments. I was in a discussion / argument with somebody trying to get him to understand the difference between a certain people. J's and Z's, I could say. There's a
yes, I hear you.
There's a certain delineation there, and he was being very dense, so I was being very specific. And I think that, especially with, they're cracking down on different things now, and that I think is number one. So no warnings.
Yeah, I have some huge concerns about that as far as freedom of speech and the First Amendment. I don't agree necessarily with a lot of what Trump's doing with protecting that class of, or that group of people to the extent of maybe taking rights from others. Yeah, that's a big one. We've talked about that before. Maybe we'll get into that one again more next week.
In the speakeasy.
Yeah, and in the speakeasy, exactly. That's the kind of thing we can talk about more openly without having to, censor ourselves as much as we have to on here. I mean, we talk pretty freely here as it is, but still, there's some things we know we have to kind of dance around a little bit. Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm oh no, I'm not too far behind in the chat, but still, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this song here. And thanks to everybody who was up here for the beginning half. And the link is pinned for any musicians who want to come up. We're shifting gears into music. And if you want to either come up and sing or perform live, or you want to come up and have your video shared, it's the best way to get your songs out there. I do try to share people who come into the chat as well, but I can't always guarantee because I've got quite the list going. All right. This is a song that I have shared here before. I have not shared this video. This is Jeff Bird, and this link won't actually go to his channel. He had taken down his channel from when I first knew him and hasn't put this song back up on that channel yet. So I found this video of it. It's a friend of his, I believe, but I'll put his link in the chat as well to go directly to Jeff Bird's site. But the lyrics of this song especially, I just think are really fitting. So here we go. Fly Free.
You're listening to Radio Mysterium. It's worse, it's like a curse, like a percentage of the national purse. We get collected like statuettes while they place the bets. We run around like we got Tourette's. It's a police state, the shit is crazy, and we blame it on the guy in the road. Don't taste me, I'm a high school teacher, that's the truth of it. And if I teach the truth, I lose my job and shit. Okay, I quit, cause I won't lie to kids and get paid for it. I won't be a part of the miseducation of American youth, and that's the goddamn truth. I won't be another fake like Beyonce, a phony diamond on the hands of Jay. Pink Floyd, they prove to be pathetic from the other side of the moon. They keep it copacetic with another brick in the wall. You gotta stand tall, even in the face of the Taj Mahal. They don't want kids with the right brain intelligence. They want a George Orwellian malevolence. It started in Samaria, spread to Babylon, then to Egypt and the obelisk is second known. My grandpa was a 33rd degree Freemason. Then I've been tracing my family history, and they've been cultivating the human race, and I relinquished my place in. I want no part of this family tree. I'm a bird, yes, but I'm gonna fly free. Fly free. The Statue of Liberty, your name is Semiramis, the Babylonian goddess of everything heinous. Hey Ben Franklin, what you doing with the bodies in your basement? He's in the Hellfire Club, in the catacombs under dash Ashwood's pub. The Georgian Vulture Inn is the left-hand path that they're tunneling in. The founding fathers are as benevolent as leather dog collars. The aristocracy that never meant for us to be free. This misnomer democracy is a lie in the hands of Freemasonry. Fly free, fly free, fly free, 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 free. Fly free, fly free, fly free, 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 free. Fly free, fly free, fly free, 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 free. Fly free, fly free, fly free, 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 free. Fly free.
Such a great song.
That's
Love
really
that.
cool.
Yeah, Growl said this music video is stolen from Pusisser. I don't know who that is, but I know that's not an original video. That was somebody that like I said, a friend of Jeff that had put that video with it. The original and the video that Jeff had made is not up on his new channel yet, so I snagged that one. But the song is all Jeff Bird. Yeah, and great message, and a lot of truth in that song for sure. Right, Gary?
Pucifer is an alternate band by the same guy who sings for Tool.
Oh, okay. Okay. I know I've heard that name. Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully we don't get a strike for it or something, but I don't think so. It's probably changed enough with the song on there. Yeah. Oh, good.
I think
Maybe
Chad's
Bet.
played Pucifer before, so I think it's all right.
Okay, good.
I was only half listening. I was typing it. I'm multitasking, and so that means doing more than one thing poorly.
Right? I know. I get that. I'm like multitasking, juggling a bunch up here at the same time, and there's things I miss for sure. Try not to, but it happens.
Yeah, I was just enjoying the sound. I didn't really even look at the video.
Yeah,
right.
I totally. Oh, dogs. Oh, dogs.
Yeah.
It sounded like that was all vocals.
Right. He's amazing. And his songs are really diverse. Like there's a lot of, just a lot of different kind of styles, I think, in his music. And he has an amazing range in his voice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jeff Bird. Hey, Frank's Tracks. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, he's been here up on panel a couple times too. But I haven't seen him around in a while. I don't think he's been doing anything on his channel for a little bit either. So maybe he's taking a little break from YouTube for a bit.
I used to do really well with the vocals. I had a 3.5 octave range, but that was like hundreds of cartons of cigarettes ago. So unfortunately, I don't have the breath for the bass anymore.
Man, I can relate, Carrie.
the higher notes hurt my throat, so I'm not willing to suffer through that pain to do falsetto. But I used to be able to sing bass up to falsetto, just everything.
Right.
Moral of the story, don't smoke. It's not worth it.
The smoking didn't ruin me as much as my divorce did. The more on that later. But I think I lost a part of my vocal range during my divorce.
Anti, is that your dad that passed? If so, I'm really sorry for your loss, and I hope your dad is flying free. Whenever it is that he passed.
That's just a few days ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow, that was really recent.
Yeah, 3.5 octaves of vocal range is amazing, right? Yeah, I wonder what Jeff's is. I don't know, but I know he covers a wide spectrum. Kind of like Joe Norman, I think, has a pretty great range too.
Let's not forget Mariah Carey.
Well, yes. Yeah. Oh, I'm missing somebody. Hey, Copper, good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
I've heard Shakira hit some really low notes. And baritone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hector, we don't really do song requests. If there's an indie artist that you have a video for, you can email it to me. And I can play it probably in next week's stream. This is more for indie musicians who want to have who are here in the chat or in this community that want to have their music shared. But if you're talking about like singing or song requests, if there's people that are singing live up here, sometimes people take requests. That's up to them. Mm-hmm.
So before I ask you
Much love to you, Antoine.
Before I ask you to play the videos that I wanted to share, I want to let you know what they are first. They are my creations.
Oh, then that's great.
So I have a musical talent, but I don't have instrumental skill. So what I did is I recorded myself playing roughly on acoustic guitar. And I submitted that to Suno AI and had it render different versions, in a more professional manner without mistakes. I gave it to Suno as a model for the theory behind the music. So I've noticed that Suno has so much information that it doesn't really have a good concept of proper music theory. So I gave it some models of myself and had it render some more professional versions.
Yeah.
I love that.
Well, and I
feel
really
that.
appreciate your openness with how you've used AI too, because I do think it's something we've talked about this on here before. I think it's something that's going to become more and more involved in a lot of people's music. And to be honest, I don't love the use of AI as much as I really appreciate people, art created by humans,
Yes, exactly.
But I also appreciate when people share openly that their music does incorporate AI,
Yeah.
Well, and
I mean,
I don't know about...
arguably, it could be stated arguably that I'm cheating, and I would take that. I wouldn't debate it. I wouldn't protest it, because I don't have instrumental skill. I just have musical talent, artistic talent. I got all these visions and no time to practice, and my hands are older.
Yeah.
So
I love that it gave a voice to something that's been in your head. And I think that
Right.
is a collaboration that is admirable. And it is, I like hardcore words are hard. Hardcore Copper said, it's not cheating, it's utilizing your resources. And I think that there's a real strong element of truth to that, because I don't know, like I feel this. I have music in my heart and I can sing a little. And I know what sounds good, but I can barely tune a ukulele. So I think it's fair game.
Right.
But I appreciate that story.
To what Indy said,
Right,
that's the reason that I gave full disclosure on this, because I don't want anything at all being taken as if I have this level of skill. I didn't play any of the instruments. Like what I recorded, I played, but that's not what you're hearing. It's just like the melody, the songwriting, the composition of it, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hardcore
I
Copper
don't
says
want to.
it's not cheating, it's utilizing your resources. That's what I tell my children all the time. Yeah, I think I can see that. I can see how it can be a tool, for someone. Okay, for me, for example, I'll just use myself instead of others. But yes, if I wanted to write a song, I would, there's no way I'd be able to do that on my own. I think I could write lyrics and I could probably come up with a melody, but I don't think that I could make all the backing tracks and everything else. It'd be a huge collaboration and a lot to ask of a lot of other people. But if I wanted to start, messing around with the AI, I probably could create something that was still getting what I created out there. You know what I mean? But with the help of an assistance and the tool, the resources, as Copper says. So I get it. And I think it, like I said, I think it's going to be coming out more and more.
So
And getting more involved in things than we know.
I'm somewhere in between a person that would use AI to create something for them
Mm-hmm.
and someone who has the skill to actually do it themselves. I have the knowledge, but not the skill to actually execute the knowledge. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So like half credit for what I did, but we got to make sure that the people who actually have the instrumental skill get full credit for the dedication and commitment and the talent.
Right, Sip.
Because they also have the knowledge and
Yeah.
they actually put the execution to work themselves.
Well, Sip suggests this is a first step, in my opinion. Next step is working with music playing artist. And maybe CT, this is like your step into getting involved with other musicians to build your music with you,
IRL collaboration. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it helps to share a vision too. You can share a vision with words, or you can give them an example of what you're actually thinking. And I think that they can take that and run with it in a way that is highly creative, in a way that AI couldn't necessarily. So it could surprise you in the end. But every artist likes to hear kind of what you're thinking too. That's the beauty of collaboration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
What Lady Campion said. One thing I myself am very consistent in is procrastination.
Mm-hmm. Procrastinators will rule the world someday.
I get all sorts of great ads in my YouTube feed. One of them was procrastination is a superpower. So I guess, I don't know. I didn't finish watching the video, but I was intrigued by the thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, Cybertosin, do you want to share the link either in the private chat, or you can share your screen if you want to share the music yourself? Or are you singing live? You let me know.
Oh, I don't have the breath for singing anymore.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you want to share? Sorry, I just want to make sure you wanted to share your music, right?
Yeah, I've got 3 songs on my channel right now.
Yeah, so if you grab the link for whichever one you want to share first, or for all 3, you can put them in the private chat, or you can share one and just share the screen.
2 of them are 3 minutes. I think 6 minutes of airtime would suffice.
Why bother with what, Al? I might have missed it.
Especially if somebody else comes up, or if you have other things scheduled to share.
Yeah, actually, what I'll do is go ahead and pull up a song here while you're getting that ready. And this is a song I saw Lady Campion came into the chat. Oh, nope. I'm sorry. I've got one more before we get to yours, Lady C. I'm sorry. It's by 15th Bend. And this was kind of another second transition song from conversation into music. But I thought with all of the things going on in the world, related to war and the threats of nuclear war and what's happening in, just different places around the world, I thought this was a good song to play. Again, I haven't played this one in a while. And this is 15th Bend's song, Red. Here you go. Beautiful as always. And that video is so touching too. Really amazing 15th. Yeah, thoughts to all those in war-torn places and, people like us just trying to live their best life and part of the, victims of the war machine, in my opinion. Right? Let it sing. That's right, Sip. 15th is good at that. That's for sure. Right. Andrew says, I love music that creates emotional responses. This does it well. Yeah. Please make sure you're subbed up to 15th Bend if you're not already. He does his indie music roller coasters on Thursday nights most of the time. He's got a lot going on in life, and so he's missing some weeks here and there, but make sure you're subbed and have your notification on. He shares great music, and you'll see a lot of familiar faces. Great community over there too. I know, Snook's so close to 2,000, and I'm not watching it, so I mean, most people here I think are already subbed to me, but if you're not, I would really appreciate your sub because I am almost to the 2,000 mark. Nothing changes at 2,000, but it is, I remember hitting 1,000 and, it's just kind of a, I don't know, a way to commemorate the time spent. So appreciate you all. Okay. Growl, thanks for coming back up. Peer pressure works.
It works well, apparently.
Right?
Oh, I'm not afraid. I do. I'm a camp. I play guitar since I was young. I am not as good as a talent that you bring along.
Yeah.
You bring along great artists. I love for that.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know how you would do this, but yeah, if you play the backing track, I've got the mic and I'll sing "My Way" by Frank Sinatra.
Way to go.
Yeah,
Bold choice. Bold choice.
The Elvis version, the Elvis in Hawaii. I have demands. And not get curiosity, you get that. Like, I love Sinatra, but goddamn, did Elvis do it better? He might have.
I don't know.
Okay, really quickly, CT, which song are you going to play for us first?
Animus.
Okay, I'll grab that. Is that a link that's okay for me to share in the chat?
Yep.
Okay, then I will. And if you go ahead and put that on full screen, then I can bring it up. Yeah, agreed. Agreed, Lady Campion.
You're gonna do animate, dude. Learn to swim. Let's go.
Okay, take care, Mo. Have a good night.
No, not enema. Animus.
All right, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and mute, and you can press play. That was beautiful. Really well done. Yeah, thank you so much for coming up and sharing this with us. Got Snooks
Oh,
up
I
and
was
running.
muted.
Yep.
Forgot to turn the mute off.
Sounds primal.
I'm glad you appreciate it.
Yeah. And I checked my count, you guys. I'm 4 subs away from 2,000. Awesome. Thank you to everybody who subbed up tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, really nicely done. Soul or spirit? Mind, soul, or spirit to Animus. Nice, Tate. Yeah, it was really beautifully done. Okay. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing the next songs from you too. Are you able to stay up here for a little bit, CT?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All
right.
I got 3 of them on YouTube right now, and they're all instrumental. I have some other ones I'm working on.
And these are on your new channel, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's another great person to sub up to. You guys help him build his channel back up again.
I started it about 48 hours, maybe 56 or so before
Dylan is behind in chat or in the stream.
Before my other channel got nuked. So I had 2 for a little over 2 days, about 2.5 days. I had 2 channels at once.
Yeah.
Everyone's a critic. That's why you got nuked.
Well,
Right,
my
people
last
reporting, maybe.
my other one was more focused on culture and politics.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
That'll get you.
2 more. Right. Thanks to everybody subbing. Appreciate you. Did you want the link to that song, Blue? I can put it back in the chat again. Hold on one second. All right. I'm just going to put it under the title. There we go. Okay. Good to see you, Untrackable. Welcome. If you want to say how you found us, let us know. Awesome. I'm your resub to you. Cyber, you say the last word is Tosin, right? Am I pronouncing that right?
It can be if you're pronouncing it in the original language, which is French, is toxin.
Okay.
But toxin is
Welcome,
phonetically how we would say it in English.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just
Yes.
like the
day I learned. Yeah.
Just
So
like
this
the
link.
just
sorry,
like the TOXIN, it's pronounced the same way. It's homophonic with that.
Okay, got it.
It means a sound of warning or an alarm bell.
Perfect. That makes a lot of sense with the content that you share or have in the past.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So this is just the title of that song, but this is his channel, so you can go and sub him up and hopefully help him, grow his channel a bit. Right. Scroob Tube does not like the truth. Often that's the case.
You're supposed to say that in Pig Latin, Indy, I think.
Right. I know. I joked before about Pig Latin's going to save the world because AI won't be able to figure it out. It'll be our code we use to fight the bot.
It can't figure out satire and parody yet.
Yeah.
So
all right.
serious.
Carrie, do you want to go ahead and go next?
Only if you want me to.
I'll pull up Lady C song after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would love for you to.
All right. It's been a while since I've done this song. We'll see how I do. But what I did is I picked a cover song that is produced by an independent karaoke creator. So I feel like I'm contributing a little bit in that way.
I love that.
That's all I got.
Let me see. Okay, here we go. I'll do it this way. There we go.
You're rich, girl.
Hold on, Carrie.
Oh, am
Carrie, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have interrupted you too soon. I didn't hear the music, but maybe it comes in after the song.
Oh, it does.
starts.
It comes
Okay,
in.
my
It's
bad.
real quiet. It's okay.
Sorry,
It's okay.
I got in
Oop.
trouble for letting people go a cappella too long before. So.
Fair. And I
All right.
accidentally hit exit on my YouTube. So just a minute, let me get back to my history.
Rock it.
It's fine. I wasn't like watching the StreamYard at the same time, so I was like, what's happening? All right, let me skip my ad.
My bad.
No, you're fine. It's a slow burn. Oh, and then let me pause it. I have to share the screen again. I don't think I'm sharing. Yeah. Listen, live streaming is dynamic. It's okay.
Right. You know how it goes. All right, I'll get you back over here. There we go.
All right, here we go. Yeah, it's a couple measures before it gets going. Starts with horns. You're a rich girl, gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man, honey. It's a bitch, girl, and you've gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money won't get you too far, get you too far. Don't you know, yeah, that it's wrong to take what is given you so far gone on your own. You can get along if you try to be strong, but you'll never be strong. Oh, you're a rich girl, and you've gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man, honey. It's a big girl, and you've gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money won't get you too far, get you too far. Ooh, yeah. Oh, you're a rich girl, a rich girl, a real rich girl. You're a rich girl, yeah, you're a rich girl. Oh, you're a rich girl, real rich girl. Ooh, high and dry, out of the rain, yeah. It's so easy to hurt others and feel pain. Don't you know that love can't grow? 'Cause there's too much to give, and you'd rather live for the thrill of it all. Oh, you're a rich girl, and you've gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man, honey. It's a bitch, girl, but you've gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money won't get you too far. Say money won't get you too far. Say money won't get you too far, get you too far. And you say you rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man, honey. It's a rich girl, you're a rich girl. Oh yeah, you're a rich girl, you're a rich girl. Yeah, you're a rich girl, and you've gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. You're a rich girl, you're a rich girl. Oh, you're a rich girl, yeah. Yeah. Oh, rich girl, and you're gone, yeah.
All right, you have me dancing over here, Carrie. I love it. Beautifully done.
Well, thank you.
One, especially when I don't interrupt you.
Listen, you wouldn't be the first person. There's an acapella joke that
Brad and I have. He's done it more than once. It's fine.
Well, there's been a
My
couple
dogs.
times when I thought people intended to do it a cappella, and then it was because it was a snafu sharing their music or something. So I wanted to make sure that didn't happen too.
Fair. I like it. Good looking out. And I hadn't tested my audio yet, so I mean it's okay. It's fair.
We're always
fair.
rolling with things here. It's how it goes.
Like
Yeah,
I
well
said,
done.
live streaming is dynamic.
Right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video. This is the latest and an original by Lady Campion, Through the Dark. She gave us a little teaser of this last week, and the premiere was amazing. She had a lot of people that turned out, so thank you to all of you who were able to be there. And I love this song. You can look at the description of the video to get a little bit more information about the process of the creation of this song. And there are some people that collaborated in helping Lady Campion with the music. And so I'll be dropping their links in the chat as well. All right, here we go. Lady Campion, Through the Dark, an original.
Warm rays of sunlight danced around me. I didn't notice something wrong until far too late. Intrigued at first, I wandered closer, and the darkness closed around me like a locking gate. I was lost in a world I didn't know, looking all around me for a good escape. And in the dark, I looked for someone to save me. The darkness laughed and I could barely breathe. I felt too lost to ever be free. Alone in the dark, the terror gripped me. The paralyzing waves of fear nearly overwhelmed. But then I noticed light shone dimly. It'd been there all along and I merely hadn't seen. I'd been lost in a world I didn't know, looking all around me for a good escape. Then through the dark, the light broke through to find me. The darkness fled and I could finally breathe, and my strength returned. I was finally free. And yet sometimes I feel I'm back there. The lies creep in and I freeze. Then through the dark, the light is there to find me. No more darkness now.
Beautifully done, Lady C. Love that. Such a powerful song. Yeah, exactly, Snooks. Jinx. And the video too. You did a beautiful job on that. That's a lot of original footage and everything too. And I think that's incredible. Really well done.
Yeah, that's the voice right there.
Oh yeah, I know. Always stunning. Yeah, Lady Campion also has live streams that she does on Tuesdays, an hour of dinner music, and she chooses really beautiful songs, and it's a great time. And there's not a lot of talking in between, which I think is really, works really well for a music stream like that. It's very replayable, so you can go and check out her channel, check out her live streams and her covers and other original songs as well. Beautiful, Lady C. All right. Okay, let's see. Growl, I think we're to you next.
Oh no, the time has come.
The time has come, the moment of
No,
truth.
I totally do. But no, I was gonna say, I add your song. You guys can make YouTube playlists. You don't have to have like a paid YouTube, and like I have some of the greatest playlists off of the songs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Those, right? Like it's
At one point
the
I had-
algorithm. You add one song and you add another song from Indy's
Right.
playlist, and the next thing you know, you're steeped in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a lot of playlists. At one point, I think they must have changed how they did it because I've only been adding to them. But at one point, they said that I was maxed out on my playlists. They said that I couldn't add anything else to a playlist. So I had to go and delete some things.
I pay for Spotify. I don't pay for YouTube Music, so I'm maxed out as well. But then I just remove one that I remove one that I know, like from a known band, and I like all the indie musicians. Like I love indie. Yeah, it's like all right.
Right, Snooks.
All right,
Yeah.
so how do we do this? I can share my screen. I just don't.
Yes, that's the best way to do it when you're singing because there's less of a delay. If somebody else shares it, there's usually like a 10-second delay. Yeah.
Yep. This is
Or maybe not.
that's what
quite
I
that
do
long.
all day long. Oh man, our website today was getting hammered by India because they're all mad about tariffs, and they start just like send the bots. Yeah. No, the internet is still very funny. Don't show these tits again. I know what we're up to.
I think Rumble was getting DDoS today.
It was, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So Growl, go ahead and make that full screen if you would.
Yep.
And then I'll bring it up. And as long as you check sound, it should be good to go. Let me get you in the right spot here.
We gotta do a sound check for sure. Just make sure you can hear the that's why I was like, I don't know how the music comes through, right?
Right. Also, let me make sure in your settings you don't have your. Yeah, I'm going to stop talking and turn off your echo cancellation and stuff because it'll make you cut out and clip when you're singing. So I won't talk, but go ahead and go when you're ready. And if it's not playing music, I'll stop.
Let's do it. Yeah, trial run right now. You hear that?
Yep, I do.
The end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets? I've had a few. But then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along that byway. and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was no doubt, I ate it up and I spit it out. I faced it all and I stood tall and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as the tears subside, I find it all quite amusing. To think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. What is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my All right, there we go. There you go, Snooks.
Awesome, Growl. That was fantastic. That was great.
Next, I want to hear Putting on the Ritz.
It's probably the best song ever, followed by Putting on the Ritz. Good recommendation.
I just had this feeling that's in your soul.
It's such an ad-lib song. Like, how are the lyrics hard on that song?
Thanks for doing that, Growl. I appreciate you coming up and singing for us. And I have to say, I hit 2,000 subs, and I kind of love that it was that song because I've done it my way. And I thought it was just sort of appropriate that it worked out that way.
Very apropos.
Indy, that one's on the house, and I'll tip you next time. Next time you need 10 paid. Where's my bill tonight? Yeah.
Thank you, Lady C, for becoming a member.
Well, I appreciated the entertainment. I have to get up early and work tomorrow because restaurants.
Yeah.
Because restaurants, they never close. And we're coming up on Mother's Day weekend, which is a big one. So,
Carrie, Indy, happy Mother's Day. Carrie, if you can't follow that, I understand.
I refuse to try. I refuse to try.
I think I'm going to actually go ahead and go next, but I have a song I've got to sing from last week that Tate helped me pick out.
Well, I might have to hang out and listen to that, but then after that, I have to go to bed.
All right, yeah, I agree. Well done. And I always appreciate when people can laugh at themselves. You know what I mean? Like laughing along with it. I mean, it's for fun anyway, and I think it's great, Growl. So I'm glad you did.
I was smiling ear to ear the whole time.
Right? Exactly. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
And just a nod to what a Renaissance man Growl is.
Right?
With all the things and stuff. I'm just saying.
Well, speaking of laughing, I might be doing that here in a second too. Let me know if the balance is really off between the music, because that happens between the music and my voice. I'm going to change my settings here in a second. But this is a song that For everybody who donated in any way last week, I put them in the wheel of names and I spun it, and Tate had won, and he didn't want to pick a song, and so he said that I could give him some songs to choose from. And this is a song that I've played here before, by Jason Mraz. There's a beautiful video that I played a while ago, but I think now if I played it, it'd probably get, I'd have to block it out from YouTube. But go check out his channel, Jason Mraz, if you want to hear this original. And then he has a video that he asked people to point their videos in the direction of love. And so it's just kind of a compilation of really just lovely things. And I thought that was pretty neat. But I think this timing is perfect also for just hitting 2,000 subs. So thank you, Tate, for approving of this song to share. And here we go. Let me change my settings. And tell me if my volume on my mic is a lot louder than the music, or if the music needs to come up, or if I need my voice to come up, or whatever.
We got kind of quiet all of a sudden, so
yeah,
it should be okay.
I turned off my echo cancellation and all that. Yeah, I know, but sometimes it just gets, it's like a weird balance. All right, I never remember to do that on mine. Okay, here we go. The question is why? Why are we here? To say our hellos and goodbyes, then disappear. This beautiful life, what is it for? To learn how to master peace or master war. There's only one answer that matters, even if your heart has been shattered. Whatever you want, whatever you are after, love is still the answer. Love is still the answer. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. We all make mistakes. No, we're not perfect yet. Maybe God made us all from an accident. And the question that sits on everyone's lips is why we should pick ourselves up and start over again. There's only one answer that matters, even if your heart has been shattered. Whatever you want, whatever you are after, love is still the answer. Love is still the answer. Love The question I'll ask at the end of my days is, what did I give and what will I take? There's only one answer that matters, even if your heart and your dreams have been shattered. Whatever you want, whatever you are after, love is still the answer. Love is still the answer. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Love, love, love. Love is still the answer. All right. Well, not perfect, but I didn't have to laugh at myself, I guess. So, but I think you all can at least get the message from it. And I love that song. I think it's really beautiful. And thank you, Tate, for helping me pick it out.
There's a lot of people who would do well to listen to and understand that.
Right.
I'm not opposed.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Thank you for that beautiful song, and have a beautiful night, y'all. And
yeah, thanks for coming up, Carrie. Really appreciate it.
keep your chins up and whatnot.
Amen.
Good
There's
night.
still
All right,
beauty.
see you later, Carrie.
Still beauty
Carrie,
out there.
when are you live next on with Velcro? On yours?
Monday nights,
Okay.
6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard. Feel free to
All
go to the
right.
channel, turn on the notification, do all the YouTube stuff.
Yeah. Awesome.
Over the next year, I'm shooting for 500 subscribers. So
Thanks, Al. Yeah, awesome. We'll get you there for sure, Carrie. And what you guys, I mean, I shouldn't even say it that way. You guys will get yourselves there because you're doing a great thing. I love the content of what you're doing. And I think, it's something that's needed. So I hope that you get there quickly,
well, it'll be as fast as it needs to be, and that's fine.
Right. Yes, I agree. That's the way it works. The organic
That's
growth
fine.
is the way to go.
That's where I'm at. And also keep an eye on the YouTube channel for I'm going to be posting videos of the jewelry that me and my mom or my daughter are all creating.
Can't wait for
and
that. I'm looking forward to
producing,
that.
so,
That's great. I
yeah.
hope you get a lot of support with that too. That's awesome.
Either way,
All
we're
right.
just trying to get beauty out into the world and make the world a prettier place. And and actually, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to quit my job as a cook because it's just draining.
Well, maybe you'll get try with it. That would be awesome too.
One of these years, I will move on from cooking. I can't seem to get away from it, but
yeah,
I keep trying. I retire about every year. I'm like, I'm retired from cooking.
Well,
And
it's
then
an
I
amazing thing to be able to share with people,
Well, I can cook, and there's line cooking, which drains your very soul.
Right. Yeah.
Production
okay, I get
cooking,
that
and
too.
it's different.
It's different.
Like I can
Right.
create food, but cooking as a career is terrible. Anyway, all right.
Yep.
Have a good night, y'all.
All right. Take care,
Good
Carrie.
Bye.
Good night. Turning Guns and Mike and Dawn, thank you for your encouragement. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you guys being here. All right, Al. Okay. Okay. going to go ahead and pull up a video here, and then we'll get to you next, CT. Okay, this song is by an artist named Aaron Cole. It's an original of his, The Lie We Meant. And I really like his voice and the sound, but also the lyrics. Here we go.
And how am I gonna hold the heart you say is mine? As the clock ticks on by and the seasons lie, and the winter's come and gone as the night we met, tatted on my eyes with the lie we meant. We're never gonna make it down the aisle until the needles drop. I'll stay the same, 'cause who we are tomorrow ain't who we love today. As the night begins to fade and the moon drifts away, the stars on your skin turn the night into day. So take my hand in that off-white dress. The river's bend is up ahead. Across state lines, and we sure ain't lived out knowing how. We don't got the sight to find out where the creek ran dry, and we can't escape the wild. It'll stay with us for miles. Down, broken, tired, and we can't see through the pipes until the needles drop. I'll stay the same, 'cause who we are tomorrow ain't who we love to. As the night begins to fade and the moon drifts away, the stars on your skin turn the night into day. So take my hand in that off-white dress. The river's bend is up ahead. River's bend is up ahead.
Love that. Really beautiful. Glad so many of you liked it too, and that some of you are familiar with him already. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Okay, CT, you want to pull up that? Oh, you already have it ready.
Yeah.
Which
I've
one
never-
is this? Me grab.
I've
the
never
link.
seen an instrument like that.
Yeah.
Guitar.
Yeah, I'm not sure what if there's a specific. I'm sure there is some kind of specific name for it, but I do not know what it is.
No, so it's a guitar, but they started like it's engineering, it's beautiful. Like, do you need that? I have a Taylor 110, it's huge, right? Do you need that much wood to make that sound? Like, that was pretty. Like, it was a guitar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do you want to tell us anything about this song, CT, before we share it?
No, I'll just leave it to your imagination.
All right, let it speak for itself.
It's
Okay, here we go.
Things We Never Say. Or I guess I could tell you, I had first uploaded this in January of 2022, but not this version. This is the Suno AI Assist.
Mm-hmm.
But in January of 2026, I'm going to be uploading the raw acoustic version that I played as
All
part
right,
of
that's awesome.
as part of a series. On the 15th of each month, I'm going to be uploading the Me 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 series again.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if you ever caught any of those, but this one's for January.
Okay. Really beautiful. That is so cool, Cyber. I'm so glad that you're sharing these with us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that you're letting me.
Yeah.
That was really rad, dude. It did it. Like, I was like, oh, this is
That was gorgeous.
matters. And then, oh yeah, that was gorgeous.
Right.
Yeah.
Snook says I feel a Spanish guitar with this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Thank
regarding
you, Mike and Don. Appreciate
regarding
that.
yeah.
the imagery was kind of inspired by the scene from Alice in Wonderland where she was in the ocean of her own tears.
Oh, right. Yeah.
After she had ate the cake and grew and then drank the drink and shrunk. She's changing herself, and then she's trying to get in where she fits in, but doesn't fit anywhere. She's got to change herself in order to do this, and just gets overwhelmed.
Yeah. You know, my logo, let me see if I can, is actually based off of Alice from Alice in
I
Wonderland.
thought it looked kind of
Oh,
like
nice.
Alice from the
Kind
Disney.
of going into the rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like your logo and like that song, it had that hope is on the horizon, right?
Right.
Like with that pretty, yeah. Yep.
I like that.
The Me series, the series that I'm going to start on the 15th of May, and all 12 of those videos have like an Alice in Wonderland overtone to them that somewhat correspond with the poetry that's in it. They're not going to be songs, it's just poetry.
Yeah.
A couple of
That's
them
great.
are songs.
Very cool. I'm looking forward to what you put out on your channel. You know how, I'm subbed to a ton of channels, but I used to get notifications for yours and I haven't for a long time. And I don't know, it sounds like you just lost it recently. So I'm guessing I missed some content.
Well, this is number 3. You were
Yeah.
subscribed to number 1, which I lost in July.
Okay.
So it's been almost a year since that one was gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Well, I'm glad you're up and running again. That's good.
I started another one right after that, and pretty much uploaded the same content, which there was not really any problem with the content I was uploading. The reason I got my first one canned is because I was trying to bust some scammers, and I privately recorded somebody using AI to alter video and audio of someone impersonating someone to run a crypto scam. And I recorded them. I recorded them privately, but without even thinking. On StreamYard, I clicked YouTube as my destination, and less than 5 minutes after I ended that stream, which was only 5 minutes long, my channel was gone.
Wow.
So don't ever do that.
Yeah.
That's you learned once, man. Yeah.
Right. That's
And then
that's a tough way to find out though.
and I
Have you
explained
thought
to
about
you.
publishing to have you thought about publishing to Spotify? I don't know what that costs. I'm just I use Spotify. I have buddies who code. I actually had a buddy who used to work for Spotify and like the coding side, not the music side, but that's why I know it's a fair platform. That's why Joe Rogan went there. You know what I mean? It's like, have you ever thought about pushing music there?
I've heard I've heard a lot of different opinions about that. That
It's
Spotify
totally
is,
mixed, and it is.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been subscribed to them since they were in their beta. And
Well, I was just wondering what it was like for creators, right? Like making music. I didn't know.
Yeah, when you mentioned earlier that you had music playlists on Spotify, I was thinking about asking Indy if she knows anyone that has like a deal with them that uploads to Spotify.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people who are on Spotify, for sure. If you want to email me, I can send you. I can like compile a list.
Okay, just one or two would suffice.
Are you looking for somebody to
Someone
get
to
pointers
talk
from?
to?
Okay.
Yeah, someone to talk to about how to get started with a deal on Spotify.
Yeah, my email is in this. Well, I can put it in the private chat actually. And if you want to grab it from there, and then you can email me, and I will.
Is it in your channel description?
It is.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get it from there.
Okay, great. It's in my channel description and in each stream description too. It's easier, whichever's easier to grab it from. All right, Growl, you are up next if you're going to sing again. I wasn't sure.
I am not, unless we ever.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Well, if you'd like to, you are more than welcome to.
I
So
wouldn't even
tell me if you want to jump back in.
what I'm willing to sing is way different vibe than what we got going tonight. So,
all right, then Joe, you are up next if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I was always ready. He was born ready.
I decided to sing this song to honor the memory of Auntie's dad.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Joe.
And I shared it. There it is. Okay. Here we go. Make sure the volume's right. know your life on earth was trouble, and only you could know the pain. You weren't afraid to face the devil. You were no stranger to the rain. So go rest hard on that mountain. Son, your work on earth is done. Go to heaven shouting love for the Father and the Son. Oh, how we cried the day you left us. We gathered round your grave to grieve. Wish I could see the angels' faces when they hear your sweet voice sing. So go rest high on that mountain, 'cause son, your work on earth is done. Go to heaven shouting love for the Father and the Son. Go rest high on that mountain, 'cause son, your work on earth is done. Go to heaven shouting love for the Father and the Son. Go to heaven shouting love for the Father and the Son.
Beautiful song choice, Joe. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate you doing that.
No problem.
I hope you saw the comment from Anti. He said, thank you, appreciate you.
Yes. Thank you. I feel for him. I'll be praying for his whole family.
Right? Yeah, losing a parent or losing a child are, I think, the hardest losses to deal with.
Yeah.
And, life's never quite the same without your parents here. That's for sure.
My dad's 95 going on 96, so I know time is near for me.
Oh man.
Yeah, the weight of
It
that.
never is, but 95. Yeah, I have an
He's
aunt
still singing.
97, and she just mind as sharp as a tack, and it's like, my goodness.
Yeah, my dad's still sharp, and he sings and tells jokes. And
that's great.
Yeah, the weight of losing someone that close and that important to your life doesn't ever get any lighter, but we can get stronger.
That's true.
Right.
You never get over it, but you learn how to carry it with you.
Yeah, that's well put.
I'm going on 20 years now, having lost my father.
Yeah.
And I still miss him.
About the same for me.
But I certainly don't grieve the way I used to.
It's been 15 years since I lost my mother. So,
have you talked to your dad about it though, Joe? Like, what are his feelings on it? Right? Like that. Yeah. I think
I talk to him every day. So
talk to somebody who's 95, right?
Yeah, I talk to my dad every day. So yeah, and I had lunch with him today. So we had a good visit.
Well, what's his outlook? Like we don't have to.
He's very positive. Of course, he was a preacher, so he's got a very positive attitude.
There it is, right? There it is. Yeah.
Anti put a good message out. Say it today, not tomorrow.
Right.
Absolutely.
He loves to sing that song, "If Tomorrow Never Comes," because it reminds him how important it is to tell those that you love them now, rather than when it's too late.
Beautifully put. Yeah, easier said than done sometimes. That's true, Al. That is
very
true.
Easy said.
Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely grateful both my parents knew how much I love them. And, my dad passed 2 years before my mom did. And so, his passing, I think, helped me confront a lot of things that I had with my mom, in that time. So, I had more closure in a lot of ways with her than with my dad, but both, I was only in my 20s when they passed, and I miss them out all the time. I still miss them and think about them all the time, especially with my kids, either things my kids do that remind me of them or things that I wish I could talk to my parents about, things I never, I wasn't old enough or didn't care at the time enough to ask. And yeah, there's always that loss, but as you said, you carry it, you learn to carry it with you. And I know I still think of how they would, the advice they would give or the things they would say.
Right.
And I'm grateful that I was close enough with them that I can still pretty accurately, I think, figure out like what they would tell me in a moment, and
right.
When you have that connection with your parents. And I know not everyone does, but when you do, it is something you carry with you always.
I was always closer to my mother, but after she passed, I became much closer to my dad, and it's been wonderful.
Yeah, I'm glad for that for you. Yeah, and you two are so cute. I've said this before, but one of my favorite things about the videos when you guys do duets is seeing your like same grin or like the mannerisms that you have that are the same.
I'm gonna do a new one with him tomorrow, so
awesome.
I'll be sharing.
Well,
that soon.
I just brought this up in a chat recently, so it's on my mind. But my daughter does this mannerism. There's just these funny things that I think a lot of parents can relate to understanding. But my daughter, since she was little, I mean, really little, she puts her one hand up on my cheek, and it's just her little like sweet little kind of. It's just a sweet thing that she does, but it's a mannerism that my mom used to do. And my daughter never even met my mom.
Wow.
But it always makes me think of every time it makes me think of my mom. And it's not something that I do. It's not like it's something, I picked up from my mom that I do to her that she's just always done it. And it's, I don't know, maybe it's hokey, maybe it's genetic. I don't know, but it's there nonetheless.
My grandma's going through the throes of dementia and stuff, and my grandpas are gone. But
I went through that with my grandma.
But I call my grandma, and my voice. Again, I know you guys don't know, but Indy, that I like call her. She answers the phone and I say hello, and she goes, Jack, and it's like, no, Grammy, it's your grand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that genetic? Is that just the way the weird universe works? And I feel bad. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like her, dementia's weird. I'm not trying to understand Alzheimer's. But it is funny that, like, you know, it's bad. She doesn't know what the hell's going on. But like when I call her, she's like, oh, and then she knows who I am. But it's weird. She thinks I'm her dead husband, my grandpa, right? Just based on voice.
It's endearing in a sense.
On voice alone, and it is, and I love them both. So there's nothing bad about it. But
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just saying so is that genetic? Is that learned behavior? Is that
Yeah.
Good to see you, Count. Hi and bye. Yeah. Well, those of us who have lost a parent, I know what that's, know what you're experiencing, Inta, and we're all here for you. And I hope you feel the love coming your way.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and pull up a video here, and then I think we're back to you, CT. All right. This is a cover of a song, She Used to Be Mine. This is by Erica, or Chasing America. And her voice is incredible. I'm so glad she was gone for a little while off of YouTube, just for a little bit, but I noticed she was away, and I'm so glad she's back and putting out music.
She's got a wonderful voice.
She does. And, I hope at some point maybe she'll dabble in some originals, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's something she's working on behind the scenes. Erica, if you ever want to come up on panel, I'd love to have you up here. But in the meantime, I'm grateful for you sharing your music and, being out in the chats and part of the community. All right, here we go. Chasing America, She Used to Be Mine.
It's not simple to say. Most days I don't recognize me, that these shoes and this apron, that place and its patrons have taken more than I gave them. It's not easy to know I'm not anything like I used to be, although it's true I was never attention sweet center. I still remember that girl. She's imperfect, but she tries. She is good, but she lies. She is hard on herself. She is broken and won't ask for help. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be mine. And it's not what I asked for. Sometimes a lie just slips in through a back door and carves out a person and makes you believe it's all true. is gone, but she used to be mine.
So beautiful. That song is not one that I'm familiar with. I know it's a cover, but I can't imagine whoever originally sang it did it any better than that.
It
Erica,
sounds very much
stunning.
like the original. It's awesome.
Yeah. Right?
Just
Right.
so
Good. Well
much
said,
heart
Chris.
in that singing.
Yeah. Always. She's always
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
And
she pours
her
her heart
voice.
into every note.
It's like crystal, you know, just
Yeah.
beautiful.
Amazing talent.
Yeah. Thanks to this whole community. I appreciate everybody sharing their stories, you know, and we all learn
Yeah.
from each other and are here for each other.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Well, the piano and voice kind of had me remembering what's the band's name? Evanescence.
Some of they did a few acoustic kind of, more acoustic type songs, I think, that were similar to that. But her voice, I think I can hear that.
That
It's
song
really
sounds a little like Sarah
cool.
Bareilles.
Oh, I can hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet she
Yeah.
could cover some Evanescence really well.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's sung on one of my open mics a long time ago.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. I don't think she's been up on mine, but I know I've seen her up a couple places, so
Yeah.
maybe. But if it's been a long time, I would love for her to come back up if she's been here
Me
before.
too.
Sorry if I've forgotten Erica, but I would love for you to be here.
So, Joe,
Okay.
have you ever karaoke'd any Frank Sinatra?
Oh, I sing a lot of Frank Sinatra. People like for me to do like My Way and songs like that. So, yeah.
Did you hear Growl doing that earlier?
No, I
he
didn't.
did that right as Indy hit 2,000 subs. Growl was singing Frank.
Joe, I set the bar so low. Please, just
Growl,
lift up a foot and go over it.
Whatever. I'm glad you did it, Growl. I really am.
I can do it again. I mean, I can do that song if you want me to later, after when it's my turn. But
That's up to Growl if he wants you to or not. I'm not going to put him in that. That's a tough one.
You can't do that one. We already heard it tonight.
Right.
Any other Sinatra song? Show us a song.
Okay.
Yeah, I put the bar down on the floor, bro. Step up.
Whatever. Yeah. But I mean, Joe's like professionally trained. I mean, come on. He's one of those people. It's like you can't compete with Joe. He raises the bar very high. So, right? I'm
Appreciate
thankful
that.
for you, Pat, and I'm thankful for everybody here as well. For sure. Okay. All right. CT, I think we're to your final of the 3 songs.
All right.
Looks like you already have it pulled up here. Anything you want to tell us about this one?
This one does, like, this version is an instrumental, but
Okay.
I do have lyrics for this. And it's
Great.
about the spirit of rebellion and bitterness, not as a promotional, but kind of like a warning. It just kind of shows that attitude so that people could look at it and maybe genuflect a little bit. I've not uploaded that to YouTube yet. I'm still working on it.
Okay, so stay tuned.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to hear this. Here we go. And I like the name Bite Me. It makes me curious.
Yeah, this is the visuals in this is just a persimmon on a tree that's just kind of rotting away. I didn't really put a whole lot of time into it. I've been thinking about redoing and re-uploading the whole thing, but it's got a good amount of views, so I might just leave it as it is. And it's a little longer than the others, 4.5 minutes.
Really, really beautiful. Again,
Very
there,
beautiful.
CT.
Thank you.
Oh, I really like your music. I'm excited to hear more from you. You know, it's funny because I didn't know that you were a musician for like all this time, you know, that I've known you for a long time on here. But
That's funny.
yeah, it's great to get to know that part of you, you know?
Yeah, it's mainly because I'm not. You know, as I explained when I first came up, it's
Right.
just it's a professional render from a really rough version of me on an acoustic that I gave to pseudo AI. You know,
Yeah.
and it does really well when it has a good model for music theory, so that it doesn't get confused. You can upload 2 minutes of a recording, and I've recently suggested to them that they allow for 3 minutes, 180 seconds instead of 120, because most songs are about 3 minutes long. I mean, most of mine are. I wrote quite a few of them in 2017. That was right after I picked up the guitar after watching my older brother play for the longest time. And my mother has some musical talent as well. She plays piano, does singing. But I've not really committed or dedicated myself to the instruments, so I don't have that skill. I just have a talent and an ear.
At all. It's not in your genes at all.
Well, I have a talent and an ear for it, but I use the word
your
skill.
mom plays piano. That was beautiful. It was like you got that from somewhere.
Right. I do have talent, but I don't have the skill, and I mean that as like applicable, usable, hands-on, like in a tangible way on the instruments. I don't have any skill with the instruments. Well, very little with a guitar.
Yeah, but not everyone who plays cello in a symphony is a composer. Like, I can't write music at all. I can play chords. I'm a worker bee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, what you suggested earlier about this might be a starting point to collaborate with people who do have that kind of hands-on skill. That's
I like to tell people when I started playing piano, I played by ear, but then I figured out I could hit more notes with my fingers, and then my headaches went away.
That's a great phrase. It really is like, stop thinking about it, right? Like,
right.
Good art. Like, if you want to make art, stop thinking about it. Make what you want to make. You have to know how to work a hammer, but yeah.
Yeah, you got 10 fingers and only 2 ears, right?
Right.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song. This was already on the list for tonight. And I think it's very fitting with a lot of the conversation and what's been going on. This is Joanne Bird. I believe I first heard her over at Songs from the Rural Rooms channel. And this is her song, Angel. Here we go.
There's a hole in my heart. You left a hole in our hearts, and it hurts so bad. Since the moment you left us, get home safe, you would say. Behind the piano you would play. I'll carry your story every day, every day, every day, every day. I'll carry you every day. There's a star shining bright. I have a feeling that's you, 'cause all this time in our lives, you were an angel too. If you could, you would have stayed. You were so funny in your own way.
carry your story every day, every day, every day, every day. I'll carry you every day. Get home safe, you would say. Behind a piano, you would play. I'll carry you. If you could, you would have stayed. You were so funny in your own way. I'll carry your story every day, every day, every day, every day. I'll carry you every day, 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 every day. I'll carry you every day.
Really beautiful. I agree, Joe.
Very gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah. Her voice is amazing. And then that song, I mean, the lyrics, and just fits. And, you know,
Yeah.
I was thinking of it originally, you know, for Mother's Day. But really it could be for anyone, you know, anyone that you've lost,
Uh-huh.
who's, like we were saying, that you carry with you.
Right.
Right,
Very
Snooks?
fitting.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it funny how things work out that way? Those
Yeah.
synchronicities. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Beautiful. Right, Mike and Don? Thank you for slinging
You always
links out there,
share
you guys.
wonderful stuff. I really like that.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah. There's so much great music out there. You guys should see all the people on the list they don't get to share. You know what I
I know.
mean? It's hard to pick.
Yeah.
But there's some like that that just jump out, you know?
Right.
I can hear that, Cam.
I think Spotify last time us nerds checked had 47,000 years of music. If you hit play and you hit stop and you listen to everything on Spotify, it'd be 47,000 years.
Right.
There's so much music out there. Creative people are everywhere.
I just
Yeah.
heard scientists determine that we will no longer have oxygen on the planet 1 billion years from now. I'm really worried.
You've got time to listen to 47,000 years of music then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry about oxygen. You got plenty of time.
I can attest Snooks is like that all the time with music.
Well, Joe,
No, I think
if they
that's
came out with those findings a year
Thank you,
ago, that
Tig.
means we only have
I know
999,999,000.
And by then the oceans will be like 9 inches higher. I mean, what will we do?
All right. Well, no, that's too far. When it was
Right.
1 billion, I was cool with it, but now it's 999, like Joe said.
What's funny to me is they said that the cause is going to be no CO2 being produced. So all the plants that create oxygen by breathing in the CO2 will die. So I just think that's funny because everybody that's an environmentalist wants to get rid of CO2, which is what plants breathe.
The carbon emissions.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah.
the yin can't exist without the yang, and the
Right.
yang can't exist without the yin. Yeah, and round we go.
Right.
All right, Joe, you are up next.
Okay.
Let me move you over here.
Isn't it funny how there's always an existential crisis, but there's
Right.
always somebody who knows how to fix it, and all you got to do is what they say.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
here we
I'm
go.
going to go ahead and just do it this way, Joe. There we go.
Okay. Frank Sinatra. I stand at your gate, and the song
that I sing is of moonlight. I stand and I wait for the touch of your hand in the June night. The roses are sighing, a moonlight serenade. The stars are aglow, and tonight how their light sets me dreaming. My love, do you know that your eyes are like stars brightly beaming? I bring you and sing you a moonlight serenade. Let us stray till break of day in love's valley of dreams. Just you and I, a summer sky, a heavenly breeze kissing the trees. So don't let me wait. Come to me tenderly in the June night. I stand at your gate and I sing you a song in the moonlight, a love song, my darling, a moonlight serenade. Let us stray till break of day in love's valley of dreams. Just you and I, a summer sky, a heavenly breeze kissing the trees. So don't let me wait. Come to me tenderly in the June night. I stand at your gate and I sing you a song in the moonlight, a love song, my darling, a moonlight serenade.
Woo! Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful, Joe. That was great.
I love those old songs.
Yeah, me too. And you, like somebody said in the chat, you're a real crooner. Yep, love it. Joe, thank you so much. That was beautiful. And it's a great song. Thank you, Shamrock, for the congratulations, and Tiggs too. Appreciate you guys. And Shamrock, thank you for being here with me from before I even started on my channel. Appreciate you so much. Right there, Growl said, we got ourselves a real crooner here. Absolutely. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song here. This is one that Anti chose. Am I right here? Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, I have something from him to read. Let me grab it real quick. This is for Mother's Day. And I'm quoting Anti here. He says, "Happy Mother's Day to all the great moms. Thank you. Great moms matter, lame ones don't. It will never be understated what great mothers mean to the universe. Mine is a fucking legend, and this will be the hardest Mother's Day in her life. as the father she's been married to for 60 years crossed over Monday from multiple jabs. He got COVID again, multiple times. Fuck the jab. Cancer is man-made. Fuck cancer. The truth and facts matter. To all the great mama bears out there, thank you. And please know you are appreciated and spoken about, shared with others more than you will ever know. Keep rocking steady. You fucking rock. All right. So to all the mama bears out there, this is JDL and Jeffrey Biezot, A Mother's Son. Here we go.
Cold is the night that brings in the day. I'm trying to find the words that I need to say. I'm sorry that I've never told you so. But you are the one that's made me the man I am today. You are the one that gave me life, and I thank you for all the sacrifices that you made. I'm a mother's son, glad you're my mom. Thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for everything. Thank you for giving me strength. I'm mother's son, glad that you're the one. I'm mother's son, that hopes that you are proud of me. And I don't want to wait till time runs out to say the things that we should say right now. And I want you to know that I am proud to be your son. And I want you to know that I love you. I'm just another son. I'm just another son. I'm just another son. I'm just another son. A mother's son.
Beautiful
That
song.
was great. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, and I don't think I've heard that song before. I like that a lot. Thank you, Anti, for picking that one for all us moms out here. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you Music Man, if you want to come on up, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. We're going for probably another 40 minutes or so before we will hang out backstage for a little bit. For anybody who wants to stay up or come and join us, after. Hey, Nickel, good to see you. Sorry, I'm behind a little bit here in the chat. All right, love to hear it, Wayne. Badass mom and grandma. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. Love that, Pat. Thanks, Anti. Okay. All right, CT, did you have anything else of yours that you wanted to share?
No, that's all I've got uploaded right
Okay.
now.
All right. Good to see you, Zio. Thanks for coming in. All right. I do have a song of yours, Zio. I think I'm going to be playing here. I just got to see if... Yeah, I agree. It was fantastic. Yeah, and I love that cover. JDL does an amazing job. The other guy was new to me, but I'll be checking out his channel too. But I know JDL is always amazing. I put that link in there again for those who want to grab it and go and sub. Okay. Let me make sure I get through here. All right, Joe, do you have another one you want to do right away? It's a short rotation.
Yeah,
You can take
I
it
have
over
one.
here if you want.
Okay. Well,
We'll
I
kinda
decided
alternate
I
back
would
and
do a
forth.
Josh Groban song.
Oh, I love Josh Groban.
This one is one you'll recognize.
All right. Oh, thank you, Mike and Don. I will check that out.
It's not
Okay,
shared
here we
yet,
go.
right?
Nope, now it is.
Okay.
Here you go.
When I am down and oh, my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burden be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Really well done. Yeah, beautiful voice and reverb, Zio says.
Thank you.
A great song choice too, Joe.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I love it. Shamrock. I wish I could hear it. Right? Such a strong voice always.
Thank you.
Oh, I love that, Pat.
Oh.
Yeah, Joe does sound professional, TZ. I agree. Okay. All right. Bran is pulling up the next song here.
Okay.
We're keeping Bran hopping now. Awesome, Pat. Glad to hear that. Okay. This song is from Anti, and he says, "This is for you, Dad. If you know, you know." Here we go. James Durbin.
See the light of those who find the world has passed them by. Too late to save a dream that's growing cold. We realize that fate must hide its face from those who try to see the distant signs heaven foretold. Oh, take
Amazing. I love James Durbin's cover. Incredible. He has such a great voice, and that song is amazing. Good choice, Anti. Thank you for sharing that with us in honor of your dad. All right. I'm going to go ahead and have Brand pull up one more, and then we'll go to you, Joe. And
Okay.
sorry, I didn't see you were back there. You singing?
So, Indy, does James sing for any groups that you know?
I don't know. I know that he does a lot of covers, and I think he might do some original music as well. I've mostly heard his covers, so I'm not sure if he's a part of a band at all. Anti would know if he wants to respond in the chat there. I bet he knows, but he's incredible. I mean, his range is amazing, and he's able to kind of shift the style of his voice to sound like a lot of different artists do, and sort of pick up on the different qualities of their voice, which is incredible.
Yeah, what impressed me the most was his ability to switch.
Yeah.
That quickly. That
Queensryche Wayne, yeah.
Just no transition, just immediately switch.
Mm-hmm.
That's a skill.
That's hard to do. I could never do that. I would have to transition over at least a few notes.
Don't do it.
When I was at my best. And he did it instantly.
Okay. Well, I thought this would be a nice follow-up to Take Hold of the Flame. This is Tyler Shep Shreds. I've played music of his before, and he's been here with us. But it's him doing an acoustic cover during one of his recent live streams of Rick Renstrom's original song, The Fire Within. So this is Tyler Shep doing the acoustic cover of The Fire Within. And then after this, we'll go ahead and play Rick's original version of The Fire Within as well. All right, here we go.
This right here, this is dedicated to Rick Renstrom right here. I'll tell you about him after this. It's going to sound a little different tonight, but here we go. There we go.
All right. Amazing. Yeah, holy schmoly, right, Linda Jean? Well said.
Right.
And then I agree. He's great, full stop, Bran.
How old is he? Like maybe 20, 22 something?
No, he just turned 14.
Yeah.
14.
Seriously?
Yeah, I know. He's he's dedicated and committed, and his family's behind him. They're very supportive, which is great to see. So I really hope that he's going to go far with this, further than he already has. He's doing great. His channel's growing really well. But please make sure you're subbed up to him. Go check out his lives. He's, working hard at growing his channel and getting his music out there.
Wow. I was thinking if he was 20 or 22, he's way ahead. He's got an advantage there, and he's got 8 more years than that.
Right? Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing. And he's a great kid too. He really is a great kid.
Yeah.
So, and he has other things that he's passionate about too. I found out geography and languages. He invests a lot of time in as well, which I think is great.
I was going to say I found a guy on YouTube named Joshua Lee Turner, and he started his channel when he was about 12 or something like that, playing the guitar.
Yeah.
And he is just phenomenal. He's in his 20s now.
I'll drop
Just
it again, Joe.
mind-blowing.
Al. Let me grab that link again to Tyler Shep Shreds. So the link that I'm posting is to the live stream that song was played in, but you can get to his channel obviously from there too. There you go again, Al. Hey, Music Man. Thanks for coming up.
Hello.
All right. Yeah, exactly, Wayne. 7th grade, can't remember. He is first class. Right.
I wasn't doing anything near that good at 14.
Yeah. Yeah, I was involved in some cool stuff at that age actually, but not something that takes that much time and commitment,
Right.
Amazing. Yeah, he's a smart one, that's for sure. Mike and Don agree. And I got your email, Mike, or sorry, Don. Really, I think it is right now. But I got your email, and I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream with that song tonight. That's a great choice. I had another one I was going to do, but that one just fits a little bit better. So perfect. Thank you. Right, Tiggs? Okay, Jam, much love to you. Thanks for being here and all of your help always. Have a great weekend.
Take care,
And
Jam.
happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating your mom or the females in your life.
Right.
Right? I can't remember when I was 14. Yeah.
I've slept since then.
Thanks, Santai. Right? Okay, so like I said, that was Tyler Shep doing an acoustic cover of Rick Renstrom's original. And so I thought, let's go ahead and pull it up. It's kind of fun to hear the different versions of this. This is Rick Renstrom doing The Fire Within. Here we go. Amazing as always.
Yes.
Yeah, Rick is
Jaw
incredible.
dropping.
Right? Yeah, always.
hmm
Yeah, you guys make sure that you're subbed up to Rick Renstrom. Much love to you, Shamrock. Thanks for being here and good to see you, Binford. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there and all the mom figures. Appreciate you all. Okay.
Yeah, I had this.
Music Man, you are up next, and then we'll go back to Joe. And then I think we have one more song to kind of end us out. Oh, what just happened?
I had to
screamed the
sub to
wrong one.
James too. James Durbin.
Yes, yeah. Sub up everybody, you guys. They're all so talented. Yeah, Rick is just incredible. Absolutely agree, Joe.
Well, that's it for me, everybody. I gotta head to sleep.
Yeah,
Thanks
great,
for
Uncle
having
James.
me, Indy.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up, and it's good to get to talk with you too.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't happen very often, so I'm glad for that,
God
and for you
bless.
taking the time to be here.
You too, Joe.
All right.
Yeah, take care.
Good to see you.
Later.
All right, Music Man, thanks for being here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I got some chipmunk voice going.
Yeah, I do that. I just liven up a little bit. I always like to have fun, you know that. If you're
Love
not
that,
having
Brand.
fun, you're not living.
Right? Let me highlight those real quick. Okay. Music Man, are you sharing a screen or are you just playing it through your system?
I'm sharing onto my channel.
Okay.
But you had it so we could, right?
Oh, that's not what I meant. Yeah, that's fine. I have to figure out how to make it so that it doesn't do that. It's not a big deal. It's fine that you're sharing it.
Yeah, yeah. I only do it so I can get like the recordings on when I sing.
Yeah,
See?
it's no problem. Yeah, but I do want to figure out how to remove that. Oh, you know what? I think maybe
Go
I
back
just
to your.
figured how.
You got to go back to your first page on your setup.
Yeah.
So whatever you set the StreamYard up on is where you got to go to. So if it was your tablet, your computer, or your phone.
Right, but it never shows any. Oh yeah, it does right here. Guest destinations. Okay, I found it.
Yeah, because you could
Okay.
shut it.
Well,
You
now
could
I
shut
know.
it. You could shut it off. And
Oh, you're fine. Thanks for telling me. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal tonight, but there are times that I think that I'd rather it not be shared out. And then also, I don't think it would happen. I don't think there's an option if I'm not live. But when I'm doing backstages, I don't want somebody to all of a sudden go live on their channel
I
and
don't
we
think
think we're
they can.
backstage, you know.
I don't think they can. I think it's only when
I
you're
don't think
live.
you can either. I'm just not
But
sure
I
about
don't
it.
do
So
it
makes
on
me
a lot
nervous.
of I only do it on your channel because I know you don't get any BS going across it. So I know that I don't have to watch it then. You know what I'm saying? I go on
Yeah.
some I won't send it to my channel because you know sometimes they put music on there that they shouldn't be using. You know?
Right.
So it affects.
Well, I do I don't get strikes, but I do sometimes get things that are blocked in certain countries or, I get a lot of claims. So
Russia's been lately.
it's just the way things go.
Russia's
Yeah.
been the one lately that's been like if you do certain artists, I mean, there's probably about 10 artists that if you do anything of theirs,
Right. I know the
some-
Eagles are one that everybody says gets a whammy right away.
yeah, the Eagles, the Beatles. I mean, but
I
it's
got
not
a
even-
hit for doing a Brian Adams song.
Yeah, Brian Adams is.
It doesn't work that way, Neil.
Don't go to his concerts. Don't go to his concert. If that's the kind of person he wants to be about his music, he won't let you sing it.
Right.
So
It just seems so.
Why would you give him anything?
Yeah, it does. It seems very counterproductive. And that even for like the indie artists out there, there are some that will put claims out and stuff when people share their music. And that's just sad to me because why wouldn't you want people out there getting your name out to different audiences?
I can understand
Whoa.
if they're destroying your music, but if they're only singing it and not doing
Neil,
anything
mute.
to change it, then I think it's
Yeah.
fine. But Brian Adams, yeah, you play one of his songs, he wants to come to your house and he wants something. He wants money. Come on. You wrote 15 good songs and 30, 40 years ago, and you don't expect people to sing them. Okay.
Right.
So he's coming around. He's doing a Northern American tour. I'm not going to see him. So, and I'm okay not singing his music. I'll sing John Cougar's. He's an old feisty older now too. He's crazy. He walks off the stage when he's at his own concert. He tells the people, okay, he like grounds them. You seen any of that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, look it up. It was he was talking politics, like, and people were like blah blah blah, and they were like, just sing, and he's like, and he said, he stopped for a minute, and he said,
Right,
you know
Neil,
what?
I heard that.
He says, you know what? I'm done. Good night, and he walked off the stage.
Likely story.
Okay. I'll sit
Okay.
back. Whose turn is it?
It's your turn.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
What we're waiting for.
Yeah.
I'm messing it up. All right. We'll do a
But
little
you haven't shared. I just didn't know if you needed to share music. You haven't shared it yet, so let me know.
You can just put it on and then put me on like you usually do. I don't need to have
there
the
we go.
words up.
Yeah,
And
I'll just
there's
do it
no
that way.
words for this anyway. I'm
Right.
gonna have to make the words up.
Okay, you were good to go.
Let's do it.
Well, there's a black man in a black hair, living in a black neighborhood. He's got interstate running through his front yard. You know what he thinks? He's got it so good. And there's a woman in the kitchen cleaning up evening style. And he looks at her and says, hey, darling, remember when you could stop a fly? Well, ain't that America? Oh, ain't that America? For you and me, ain't that America? Yeah, something to see, baby. Ain't that America? Home on the free, yeah. Little big house for you and me. Oh, you and me. Well, it's people and more people. What do they know? No, no. Go to work in some high rise and vacation down at the Gulf of Mexico. Ooh, yeah. And it's winners and it's losers. But they ain't no big deal. 'Cause the simple man, baby, pays for the bill.
right, great song.
I feel it too. I've got a cold. I can't stop it.
Yeah, there's something going around. Lots of people
Good
are
job,
getting.
though.
Thank you.
Yeah, that
Thank
was
you.
great, and it's a great song too.
I love it. I love it. I don't have a pink house, but I love it.
Right? Yeah, I heard that.
All right, I'll step back.
Okay. Good night, Linda Jean. Thanks for being here. Lisa, much love if you're still listening at all. Thank you for being here and helping out. All right. Okay, Joe.
Okay.
Actually, hold on one second. Hey, Steve-O.
Hey, Steve-O.
Thanks for
Hello,
coming up.
everybody. How you doing?
How are you doing tonight, Steve-O?
Good
Doing
to see
good. You too?
Did you have a song that you wanted to do, Steve-O?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. We're just about to wrap things up. If you want to go, and then Joe, is that okay? Do you have time to wait one more song? All right.
I can follow Joe. I'll follow Joe. That's no problem. Unless you want Joe
Go
to
ahead.
close.
Yeah, I was gonna have Joe go ahead and close that because he has a song I wanted to end the live music on, and then
Okay.
I have one more song I'll play, and I've got to.
Oh,
Don't let
okay.
me forget to spin the wheel too, you guys. Maybe I'll do that real quick, Steve-O, while you're getting a song ready. Actually.
Okay. You got it.
Okay. All right. So thank you to everybody who gave donations tonight. I really appreciate you all always. That's not what I'm in this for, but it does really help. I do spend a lot of time on this, and I appreciate the support that I get from anybody who's able. So I also do appreciate the support I get in all the ways. And I want everyone to know, I'm not able to donate to people. And I understand if you're in that position too. And, I'm thankful for the ways people help and support in just being here for me and being a friend and being a part of this community. So thanks to everyone who came up on panel tonight and all of the musicians who are here and who have shared their music or allowed me to. All right, let's find out who gets an emoji next week. Oh, where's it gonna go? All right, the close one.
I thought it was
Okay,
Jam.
Lily. Awesome. I will be well, if you want to I'll try to reach out to you, Lily. I don't know if you're still here, but if not, I'll find you somewhere around. And my email, if you hear this, my email is in my stream description. You can send me a link, a message there, and I'll kind of talk to you about what you want for your emoji. Otherwise, I will come up with something great for you. I already have some ideas. So stay tuned for next week. We'll have a new emoji there. And there was a special emoji that reminds me in the chat tonight for development of a void. I don't know if he's lurking, but I did not ever see him come into the chat. It's his birthday, so it's very likely that he's busy. But for any members out there who want to put in the chat the happy birthday emoji, it was kind of a special happy birthday emoji for a void. So if nothing else, I'll come in and put it in the chat so you can come back and see it later. All right. Okay, Steve-O. Let me pull this up here and put you in the right spot. Oh, no.
All right. Well, glad I made it.
Yeah, I know. Just in the nick of time.
All right. So I'm going to go with oldie but goodie. This is Marmalade's Reflection of My Life. The changing of sunlight to moonlight, reflections of my life. Oh, how they fill my eyes. The greetings of people in trouble, reflections of my life. Oh, how they fill my eyes. All my sorrow, sad tomorrow, take me back to my old home. All my crying, Feel I'm dying, dying. Take me back to my old home. I'm changing, arranging, I'm changing, I'm changing everything. Oh, everything around me. The world is a bad place, a bad place, a terrible place to live. Oh, but I don't want to die. All my sorrow, sad tomorrow, take me back to my old home. All my crying, feel I'm dying, dying. Take me back to my old home. All my sorrow, sad tomorrow, take me back to my old home. All my crying.
All right. Thanks, Steve-O.
I like that, Steve-O. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great song choice.
Yeah, good song choice
Thank
for
you,
tonight,
guys.
especially.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks, Wayne. Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful caretakers of children and everyone. You're the best. And thank you
Awesome.
very much for the super sticker, Mike and Don. Appreciate that. All right. Lots of well wishes and happy birthdays, happy unbirthdays, unhappy birthdays, avoid birthdays. I don't know how to avoid.
I
Right?
try to avoid birthdays. It doesn't work, but I try.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm seeing a lot of double links. Are you guys seeing that too?
Yeah, it's because Music Man is sharing your stream, so it comes twice.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, gotcha. Thanks. I couldn't figure out why it was doing that. But it's only for the people up on panel, so that's interesting. I get it.
Yeah,
I see. And there's even like a little symbol that's next to the like linked one, I guess.
right.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, thanks again, Mike and Don. Appreciate you. Okay. All right. You are up next, Joe, if you want to finish out our live music.
Yeah. And I
And
think this
then-
is a fitting song. So
Yeah, I think so too. Great choice.
here we go.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby.
Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why, then oh why can't I? Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that land beyond the skies you'll find me. I'll be a laughing daffodil and leave the silly cares that fill my mind behind me. Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. If birds can fly over the rainbow, why, then oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I?
Love that, Joe.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Such a
Joe.
great song, and you do
Beautiful.
it so well.
Thank you.
And a great song choice for tonight too.
Very
I
nice.
thought it
All
would
right.
fit better.
Well, what a night, everybody. Thank you to everyone who's been here up on panel and in the chat, lurking. Anybody who comes back to do the replay, appreciate you all. And, thank you to everybody who's helped me reach 2,000 subs. It has been quite the
Congratulations.
journey.
Yeah, congratulations.
And, my focus is not so much on the numbers and everything, but it still feels good to get to that number, I have to say. So thanks everybody for helping me get there, and we'll see where we go from here. But okay. Also, I forgot to say earlier, I know that I owe you guys a Go Ask Indy. I got ambitious, and I thought that I'd be able to do it last week or this past week, but I wasn't able to. So I will hopefully be doing a pop-up Go Ask Indy sometime this week. So stay tuned. And also, we'll have a new emoji in the chat next week. The Backstage Speakeasy is on Sunday. It'll be at 11:30 p.m. Eastern. And let me look and see what we decided to play. I got a couple suggestions.
Ron? I've never been able to speak easy. It's always hard.
Well, it's a good place for it backstage, let me tell you. All right, so we are watching They Clone Tyrone, which I have not seen, and Boys from Brazil, which I have also not seen. So it should be pretty interesting. I've heard a lot about They Cloned Tyrone. A lot of people have suggested that one to me. And people who had seen that said that Boys from Brazil would fit in well with it. So we'll see if we get to the second movie or not, but it should be a good night. And again, just as a reminder, that is backstage. So it'll look like I'm going live. You just have to click the pinned link at the top to come backstage. And after this stream ends tonight, we'll also hang out backstage for anybody who wants to for a little bit. And so you can click the link if you want to test that out, the link that's pinned at the top. Anybody that comes backstage from here on out, I won't add to the panel until we're backstage. So if you want to start coming up, you can. And then once we're not live, we'll hang out backstage and just get to talk for a little bit. All right. Any final thoughts from anybody up on panel before we tie this up? All right.
Good night, everybody.
Just spread love everywhere you go.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. Love is still the answer.
Yep.
And happy Mother's Day to all the moms and mom role model figures out there.
Yes. And share a smile.
Thank you, Anti.
Share a smile. They're free.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This last song is one that Dawn shared with me, and it's beautiful. I just listened to the beginning of it, and I'm excited to hear the whole thing. Thank you, Dawn, for sending it to me. And hey, Elgo, good to see you. The link is pinned if you want to come hang out backstage. It has been a great night. I like that music, man. Peace to the world and happy Mother's Day to all the awesome mothers in the chat room and the world. Beautifully said. All right. So this final song is called Woman of God, and it's a tribute to mothers and friends by Dawn Janice. Here we go. Much love, everybody. See you around soon.
Woman of God, seeking his face, pour out your heart, sharing his grace. Woman of God, thank you for being a friend, sharing the truth, always in love, simple, kind words, even when they're tough. Woman of God, thank you for being a friend. Strength and honor, wisdom and kindness, and a woman who feels the Lord. Let her be praised. Let her be praised. Though others may doubt, you lift me up. You remind me, in God I am free. Woman of God, thank you for being a friend. Your words are like oil, healing my soul. You are so full, and you overflow on me. Woman of God, thank you for being a friend. Strength and honor, wisdom and kindness, and a woman
Wonderful.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, really gorgeously done, Dawn. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did. That was really beautiful and perfect for Mother's Day.
Yes. Very nice.
All right, everybody. Have a great week. I will see you around soon. And we're stronger together. And I feel it every time we do these streams. So, I appreciate each and every one of you. And I hope you really know that. All right. God bless everybody. See you soon.
Later, everybody.
Good night.